The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Approaching our gates, we cannot Summing up all the fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious. echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, taken away, and numbers too great to comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strike their hearts, must stop its relentless beating pulse. For these tyrants covered our world. Gather our people, bring them to the ruins. You shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away, rearm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Will come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant race. To think that we're to stand in their way. Oh, face him up, face him up. For we are true to our name. A stealing course. Smite twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. When they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name.
变革轰然来袭，峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营，驰歌赤马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL Summer, and welcome back to the beautiful Shanghai as we crest into our first match of the day. Will be taking place in this beautiful city for Group D. It's going to be a lot of fun here. Every day has been a blast, even though we've had some short ones. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamada, and how exciting is it? We have a night that could maybe flip all that on its head.
We could. We've got two very exciting series here today, and like you say, some stuff could be flipped on its head. I'm looking forward to it myself.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I do want to go ahead and take a little look back at yesterday's games, though, before we go any further into tonight's games, because we obviously have to catch up on a 5-game night, which, getting closer. RA with the shocker over LNG. Vicla's smile made that victory so much sweeter, and then TES handled business against OMG to round it out.
Yeah, I mean, everyone very, very shocked about the LNG RA result. Top esports OMG went the way it was kind of anticipated to go, but yeah, seeing LNG fall to RA, definitely a very, very big surprise. I'm not sure many people would have had it in the cards. To say the least, they've got a couple of more days to recoup and rematch RA. I believe on Sunday, and then today's schedule, like I mentioned, we've got a couple of decent series, to say the least.
A lot of undefeated teams, which is, in that last matchup, somebody's got to leave with the loss. So we'll see how it goes. But Group D has been completely chaotic, as was expected when you have an additional team in your group. We go up to 5, but there has been one constant, and it has been anyone's legend. The Panda Bros are back at it again, and they are undefeated. They are all 2-0s. They have a 100% win rate. It has been incredible to watch this team kind of mold themselves early on in this summer split with all this chaos.
Yeah, I've really been liking what AL have been showing on the Rift, right? Both gameplay and from a draft perspective. I feel like they've got a pretty clear idea of what they believe the meta is, and they've got a very clear identity so far, which unfortunately for their opponents can't really say the same for. So we'll see how these two kind of teams match up when it seems like one has such a clear understanding of how they want to play the game right now, and the other is a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming Tap's gonna have to find a way to tap their way to a couple more victories, because that group D, all top 3 of that group are gonna make it to the alpha group of the next stage. You definitely don't want to be in the bottom 2 there. It makes it a lot harder to continue your journey here for a team that was at the highest of highs in 2023 and even had some good moments here early on in 2024. It's such a stark contrast between the journey that AL has taken to get to this point, Jamal.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, AL last year, it was kind of a year of almost, kind of, or rather 2022 was like a year of almost. 2023 was like a super rough year. And then we come into spring, they barely miss out on playoffs, right? It was something like either one win or they straight up just couldn't get in because of, you know, head-to-head and things like that. Typical semantics of around that sort of 11th, 12th spot. Now, you know, new format, so far opening up on a hot streak on this 3-0 right now. Looking into a Weibo who, again, very shaken up seemingly by some of the changes of the roster.
Yeah.
This is a very good opportunity for them to, you know, potentially sort of soft lock that group alpha like you were mentioning for the next stage.
Yeah. And this is also a matchup that last split was kind of had a little bit more gas in the tank because you had the old AL top and jungle. Weibo have changed things up this time around. They've brought Tarzan in from long distance, I guess, from taking a little bit of time off here in spring. I'm just going to say also, I know I've said it pretty much every time I cast Weibo, it's literally the exact same script that happened last year when they made it to World Finals. They bring in a jungler in summer that wasn't playing in spring. I don't know, conspiracy theories and all that. But it is a Weibo roster who have had a lot of struggles putting it together here, even with those new pieces that should have been strong on paper.
Yeah, right. And I think that's kind of the shock of some of the Weibo performances that we've seen so far, right? It's kind of going from the juxtaposition of how well Tarzan was playing last year spring to some of the unfortunate things that happened after the fact to get to here. And then, of course, Breathe, who struggled on that RNG roster, but or rather, RNG struggled with him on the roster, and Breathe was doing really well. Should probably frame it like that. To then kind of see these two, what should be seemingly very positive additions to, you know, the strongest parts of the Weibo roster from last year, not really have much an impact so far, or much positive impact, is what I feel like makes people feel a little bit worried about this Weibo lineup right now.
Yeah. Anyone's Legend brought in Ala here, but majority stayed the same in summer, going into summer. Kroko has had a huge level up, it feels like, with those AP junglers coming to his threshold, but Hope also, I feel like, has been a mainstay for this Anyone's Legend roster since he came over this year.
Yeah, I mean, Hope, a very storied AD. But even aside from him, like you mentioned, I've loved seeing Kroko on some of these more AP-based junglers. Last week I was shilling quite hard for them, and you know, he's definitely been a big proponent for this playstyle. And again, kind of linking back to draft, and also I feel like Tabe has probably had a very big influence on some of the directions that they've gone in. Again, clear identities, a lot of AD mids is something that we know Shanks loved historically as well, so it's not out of his comfort zone, paired up with a very on-brand, because of the patch, no pun intended, set of AP junglers. You know, everything kind of just seems to come together, whether it's the mid-jungle duos, whether it's Hope really kind of stepping up, or of course Ala, who I think we're also going to be keeping our eyes on because of that Breathe matchup, specifically in the top side, who can kind of do it all in his own right as well.
Yeah, man's been unleashed from the cage that was EDG. Definitely looking back to his old self, it feels like, to some extent. But I think this Anyone's Legend roster has still a lot to prove. I think every time people still look at this, yes, we're in a different format, things like that, they're still got some doubt in their eyes when fans look at this roster, because Anyone's Legend is not known to be one of those top teams, right? In history, they've been so close so many times, it feels like, but it feels like this Anyone's Legend roster has a little bit more to them, and I feel like if they can win out tonight against Weibo, continue their undefeated streak here in Group D, pretty much guarantee themselves a promotion to the Group A of that next stage, that maybe dissuades some of those doubters.
Yeah, I mean, definitely right. I think that the format really can help out a team like Weibo, because I think especially when you kind of peek over at some of the other groups, you have to remember, if I recall correctly off the top of my head, it's top 7 in that Group A. If you make it in out of these placements here, gets you towards the next stage.
Should be 8.
So I think it might be top
4, 6, 9. 3 from
6.
Group D.
I'm not gonna get into no. But you get the idea. Like, the format is very favorable for this team to still make it relatively far, right? And what I mean by that is, at the very least, they have their time to get their stuff together, right? And that's kind of the important thing. I think for a Weibo like this, who very clearly seem a little bit out of sorts, don't necessarily have a grasp on, not necessarily the meta per se, because I don't think they've been playing things outside of the meta. It's more about finding stuff that works for them, right? And kind of finding a little bit of consistency through that. Can be hard with Fearless, but teams have still found ways regardless of Fearless coming in, and Weibo again need to find that stride.
Well, we're headed off to the arena in Shanghai for this best of 3 Fearless battle. The biggest interest to me is how quickly the jungle meta of this best of is going to be decided. I think we've seen a lot of flexibility in the skirmish style AD junglers and the AP junglers floating between Croco and Tarzan. So I'm very curious what shade of that we're going to get tonight, and if Croco is going to get his Karthus.
Big question. Pondering. You know, I feel like it's gonna have to be up at least one game, right? The Karthus, but you know, even if it isn't, Croco's already shown the other sort of premier AP junglers inside of Brand, inside of Italy, who admittedly I've got some reservations about, but Brand is a particularly strong early game jungler, scales well into the mid to late game as well. We'll see exactly what kind of AP direction Croco decides to take, or whether they kind of, hey, you know what, maybe they throw Weibo off, they don't, they run things a little more synonymous with Croco, like the Viego or the Lee Sin, right, and kind of just utilize potentially Hope as an AP threat instead, which they have shown already.
Yeah. And we've seen a lot more versatility in the picks by Weibo, but that's also because they've had to play a lot more games, right? We mentioned at the beginning, AL have 2-0'd every single opponent so far, right? And this is their final opponent in the group. I think the fact of the matter is they haven't had to show as many differing styles. We've seen a consistent look at those singular picks, right? The Corki has been very consistent for Shanks, the Varus for Hope. So if Weibo can find ways to kind of ban some of those out, maybe find some flexibility of their own, I think that can be strong. And also look at the top lane, like how important R5 counter picks are going to be in this one, if it even comes to that, or if top lane gets picked early.
Yeah, you know, we'll kind of have to wait to see what the priority is. I'm always kind of, I've been a big seller, shall I say, of like R5 tops being a little bit weak, in the sense of teams don't tend to necessarily pick things, to me, where if you're leaving top for R5, you want it to kind of be an almost game-breaking pick, and I feel like teams aren't really utilizing top lane for that. But when you have Arla Breathe in the top side, I think this could be a lot more about like dominating the lane, whereas the rest of the map is kind of whatever the rest of the map happens to be, and I'm playing my champion, right? Whoever ends up on red side R5. So we'll kind of, again, wait and see where the priority exactly lies, right? Breathe in particular has shown a pretty big tendency to kind of lean on some of these more frustrating lane picks, a la the Vayne, the Twisted Fate, and what have you. Whereas, you know, on the opposite end for Arla, so far with, you know, a much smaller champion pool size, rather, or champion game sample size, has not necessarily been the case just yet.
So I think tonight we're going to figure out who's real and who's the imposter. Maybe even in the next series too, but I think it primarily in this one. And I do think that we see a lot of proactivity from the style of both these junglers when they aren't on those like pure farming. But I think Kroko has even been one of the more aggressive Karthuses that I've seen here recently. But this is where that conversation of how does Tabe help AL comes to bear, right? We've seen the fluttering mentions of kind of some of the strength that AL brings to the table in draft, and even though they haven't had to play a lot of games, I think that's still one of their biggest strengths here, and it's proven, you know, with a 3-0 streak for them to be pretty dominant.
Yeah, it has been. And again, I think what's very nice about this AL roster is they haven't really shown too much. They already have a clear idea of how they want to play the game, and then it kind of brings you into series like these where, you know, now if you're Weibo, you're thinking, all right, Kroko's probably playing AP champion, Shanks is probably playing like Corki or Tristana, like chances are. If you're AL now and you come into the series with a completely different identity, which you have prepped, all of a sudden Weibo's idea of what they were expecting to play against is completely out the window in terms of prep, right? So I feel like on that draft side, AL should be coming into this with a pretty big advantage, not only because, again, they know what they want to play already. Weibo have struggled with kind of finding some consistent picks so far, some of the largest diversity in the league in terms of champions played at the moment. Again, Tabe, a big proponent of why anyone's legend looks so solid from the draft side.
I think a reason why maybe Weibo haven't looked super solid has been so what I would say is maybe a bit of a decrease in presence and pressure provided by Light and Crisp. I think not even just last split they were having some strengths, but I think when you look back to 2023, that's where you really look at a lot of the level up from Crisp not only, and I think he's continued that, but Light himself. And I think if Weibo are to find strength, if they are to find kind of the streaks that they have before, it does come through a pretty stable bot lane. So I think maybe giving a little bit of presence and some love down there could be important.
Yeah, it could. I think especially in the meta that we're in, bot lane is still bot lane. It's going to dictate a lot of the tempo of the game. If you have a fed AD or you have a fed, you know, potentially AP carry even, right? There's going to be a little bit of potential Zig shenaniganery going on, I anticipate. You know, you're really going to be able to take control of the map very quickly. A lot of lane bullies in meta. You see a lot of heavy AD ban focus right now. Things like the Lucian, occasionally the Caitlyn, but the Varus, the Kalista, all of these things very continually banned away at the moment as you do make it into this first draft of anyone's legend Weibo Gaming, and none of those ADs banned away so far. But Weibo removing away some of those kind of key components to what AL have been showing so far, right? Tristana from Shanks, Kroko's Nidalee as well. Could see another AP jungler, and it's actually anyone's legend banning away the Skarner, so they don't want to show it, or they don't want to first pick it in this opening game.
Yeah, I think Breathe has been a menace. There was that game they won when he was like 0-4 top lane, that crazy base defense they had. The Skarner, no joke, in his hands for sure, or in anybody's hands, honestly, that champion. Pretty interesting. Now the Ziggs is banned towards Hope, so taking away some of the AP threats that are flexible in that bot side, but the Corki immediately locked in.
Yeah, but there is no Tristana, so you don't get to really trade Tristana Corki mid. Varus is up though, and because of the way that Weibo have banned being so targeted towards AO's, you know, active champion pool, it does leave a lot of these power picks up, right? They trade the Leona alongside with it, so just locking in their full bottom side at the moment. Anyone's legend now, looking towards Kroko, right? Do you want to just immediately lean on that Karthus? You've got the Corki already set up and lined up for it. And then, of course, looking potentially towards finding a response to this Varus for Hope. I think these are all very valid options for anyone's legend. Kalista Hover, probably expect it to get locked in. Ashe is also up and available at the same time if you want that double ranged bot lane and full poke.
Yeah, last second
over to the Karthus.
I like it. We're getting Shadow Isle love here tonight. I do also want to point out, before we move too far, is the Varus Leona lock away from AL, also a great grab from Weibo. Not only targeting them in the banning phase, but also taking away one of their primo combos that they've gone for. But here we get the Kalista shining through, which is not usually the case.
No, it's very frequently banned, so it's going to be very exciting to see it actually get a little bit of action on the Rift, as Weibo go towards this Renekton. So likely going to see two bans here towards Arla's champion pool, things that are going to be very frustrating and lane to deal with that are AD focused. Right, when you have Karthus, typically your drafts are going to revolve around having the rest of the composition be AD. You want Karthus to be solo AP. And so seeing the Cassandra move away, not too surprising. Could see something like Jax ban as well, followed up towards Arla, right? All of these kind of air quotes counter matchups that do very, very well into Renekton to stop him from rolling over the lane are the expectation, and there is that Jax and then AL. Yeah. Again, another ban away from Xiaohu, something global, maybe the Twisted Fate. It's really up to them.
Is this a situation where Weibo are just saying, we really want the Renekton, so we're going to go ahead and grab that, we're not going to use our R5, because the R5 is really kind of weird right now, right? Because the other lanes are kind of already decided in some regard. So is this a point where they're just saying, you know, we believe in Breeze Renekton?
Yeah, I think it is, and they're kind of just, this is kind of a goad to Arla to say, all right, we're going to ban away two of the most expected champions that you would have picked as a counter into this matchup. Let's see what you've got. Xiaohu on the
that
Yone.
Smile, bro.
All right, let's see how locked in Xiaohu really is on this matchup, because, you know, from the Corki point of view, it's going to get really rough once that level 6 comes in. Before then, though, Corki is going to have a lot of poke pressure, a lot of presence in, you know, kind of poking down this Yone. Let's see how anyone's Legend try and steer this draft from this point on, though. They definitely do need a little bit of engage. Hovered quite a few options, all of them very viable, have their own pros and cons. Alistar, good peel, good engage, works very well with Kalista. There's a lot of chain CC to work with. I like this as an option. But if it's the only option, then anyone's Legend are going to be lacking in the ability to actually continually find lockdowns. So I think that might leave Arla in a bit of a weird situation where he might have to pick something like a Kennen, which is kind of going to suck for Croco, but at the end of the day, it's going to do wonders for the team composition, because now it's like, all right, awesome. You find a great flank if you're Kyle, and then Arla finds an even better flank on this Kennen to really lock down multiple members. So I like this from anyone's Legend. Weibo now, looking for a jungler. You saw that brand hover, you've already got Yone. It's likely going to be that brand.
That team fight for AL is going to be so nasty. Also looking for the follow-ups with Requiems, but now it's Weibo's turn to get something very proactive, it feels like, for Tarzan, and it is the brand. So I like this. Honestly, not a matchup maybe you would ever expect to see, but here in this meta, it's perfectly fine. The Karthus versus Brand jungle, and two junglers who love to be active.
Yes, they definitely do, and in their own ways as well. I'm going to love breaking down this jungle matchup. These are champions I'm very, very familiar with at the moment. Croco will kind of dive once we get into the game, but is going to have a massive tempo advantage, whereas Tarzan, a lot more pressure is available to him on the lane, especially with some of the setup that he's got through Breathe, through Crisp. Croco is going to have to use some of that tempo to try and stave off some of those ganks, but it's the team fighting where things are really going to get active in this L. Loads of AoE ultimates on both sides, a lot of setup to actually get to the point where you can send in this Kennen, get Alistar on a good angle, or, you know, find these big solo flares. I'm looking forward to this mid game in particular, but it's the early game you've got to steer through first to see who's going to have the priority to make those team fights happen for.
Yeah, I think jungle's going to be super important, but what happens mid lane, also important. Xiaohu for the first time this split going to be whipping out the Yone, something that feels in this league like an auto win every time I see it, especially when Yuikai from Ultra Crime's whipping that one out. But I think this is going to be a test for anyone's Legend. Can they quell Group D? Can they continue this streak of dominance against the Weibo, who have been faltering, who have not found the correct connections yet? A team that knew some of the highest highs there are in League of Legends just 6 months ago. Here we go into game one of the night. Remember, this is the only time you'll see these teams play these champions specifically for each other as we get into our fearless best of 3. This one's going to be a fun one. Let's hear Shanghai erupt in life. Game one commences.
'23 fanfare still paying off for Weibo. Of course, still.
Anyone's Legends starting to catch up. I like it.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
go.
man, I
the
like-
teams
I
have
like
found the fans have found the arena. They know how to get there now. Like there's winning. Like there's.
But jokes aside, very, very evenly matched Giles. I will undo my jest as AL looks to get a little bit of information on this top red buff. They will trade out with the ward, so they know it's there. But the reality of the situation is this, Mazel. Croco is going to clear blue to Krugs on repeat for as many times as he can. That's just what Karthus is going to do. Croco, if we're going to kind of start to get into this jungle matchup, on this Karthus, should have a massive, massive tempo advantage. And that's really what you want to lean into as Karthus in a lot of your jungle matchups, is kind of just slowly and incrementally gaining those XP leads, the gold leads, 1 versus 1 in your jungle matchup. Brand, on the other hand, he can get to a point where he starts to power farm as quick as this Karthus, right? But he's never really going to clear as fast as Karthus in this early game. So he's going to fall a little bit more behind, but again, it's about those setups he's got inside of the lane, right? Specifically on that top side. Ala could get very easily one-shot by a Brand Renekton combo, and not really have much counterplay to it either.
Let's see what that pathing is going to look like. I do like that they know where the money's going to be lying here. But I think Ala also very comfortable on this Kennen. It's one of his primo picks, and also something that he's been able to decimate team fights on time and time again. As Airy continues to get damage onto Breathe, he will have to burn that TP back. We always see a little bit of trading in topside.
Yeah, heavy trading, and like you mentioned, Breathe on the receiving end of it. And despite those two bans towards the top side, probably weren't anticipating that Ala would land on the Kennen, regardless of having that Karthus in the jungle. But it's still what he ended up doing, and it's paying off dividends inside the lane. And yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Like, Karthus is done before 3 minutes. This is the kind of tempo lead you're going to have. He's cleared his whole jungle. He's going to be able to make it to the top side and contest top skull if he wants to, right? How crazy is that from starting from the top side? So these are the kind of advantages that Karthus can have over a Brand. Brand, or Tarzan rather, has just finished his clear and is here. And again, it's about that setup, right? The double stun, so potent at being able to blow up the champion. But there's a 2-level difference at the moment. That reset.
He might be in some trouble. Croco's on his way. He has been sprinting his little ghost legs as fast as possible, and Ala's going to buy enough time. Here comes that wall of pain, and some pain's about to be delivered right to Weibo. They can't get the stun on the breach. It's Tarzan. He's getting so low. Now we're going mid lane here, though. Xiaohu perfectly dodging out of Kael's engage.
Oh, look at Crisp, though.
Oh.
Follow-up.
Yo, Leota does damage, though. Leota does damage. Crisp gonna get a solo here. Oh, my God. It's not a solo. Tarzan gets it. Also, Breathe ends up killing Ala, and it's a 2-0 start for Weibo.
I mean, hey, look. The reason why Tarzan got an assist is probably because of the passive and the interaction a little bit before. So, I'm just going to claim it as a Chris solo kill for him. That's first blood and an additional kill on top of that. Over to Breathe, and now Light.
Oh,
he's in trouble because of this Crisp roam.
Light, I'm so sorry. You must forgive yourself for this one. He's going to try to fight it out. Kael's out of there. Flash comes through. Hope takes it down. Light is still standing like a shining beacon under turret. Weibo are unfazed.
A little bit of an error there by Kael. He doesn't get the trample auto off, so not only does he not get that massive kind of burst damage off, he doesn't get the CC to just allow Hope to continue to wail on Light. So bit of a error there, but still, you get both summoner spells out of Light. It's going to feel alright, but he doesn't miss that massive wave, and Crisp not as heavily punished perhaps as his AD should have been for that roam.
Goodness gracious, we're getting so much proactivity like we called it, and here comes the Crisp roam play.
Exactly, so, I mean, look, Croco, not expecting the Leona to come out of the Croc bush. That's how that went down.
Oh, man.
Good play from Tarzan. Breathe, of course, beneficiary of the play. So that feels really good, and just sets this Weibo top side in particular off to a very, very good standing, and hopefully they can continue for themselves to roll with that advantage.
Actually want to see how quickly we get positioning around these objectives, right? We have Dragon already up. There is the Grubs coming up in 20 seconds. Level 6s are going to be coming up for majority members here, especially for AL, and they are positioning up here towards the Grub.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, Breathe is a whole level away from level 6, whilst Ala is practically, what, like a third of the way to level 7? Because of the way that, you know, all of those things fell. Despite the plays themselves looking positive for Weibo, the fact of the matter is the wave state sucked for this Renekton. So Not only is he going to miss a cannon wave, he might miss a fair chunk of that wave that's also on its way in as well. Croco will get the grubs. Of course, Tarzan will get the dragon, but this Renekton is suffering. And you take a look at the other composition, Mazel. It's like, how do you find impact as Renekton into those champs? It's going to be real rough.
Especially comparatively to Ala, right? He's going to have such impact in the team fights. He's half his health, going to pop the slicing nails from there. But if you remember Ala has been the Kennen player, right? He has been the flanker, setting up big team fights all the way back to the LNG days, the miracle runs that he was able to do with Doinby at his side. But it's been really interesting to watch him in his lows come back to some of the big highs. And right, that comfort's always going to be there, and it's nice to see him be confident in the Kennen game one of a fearless draft.
Yeah, definitely right. And especially kind of after the struggles of what ended up happening with the EDG lineup, you know, getting to actually see him on a functioning roster. He has a little bit more freedom. It's definitely a very big breath of fresh air. He can continue that streak. As, for now, I think with both those objectives off the map, the grubs and the dragon, we're kind of just waiting for the next play, right? A bad trade to really draw in either Tarzan or Croco to a play. Again, a majority of the setup lies in Weibo, right? So we're kind of looking to them to be the aggressors in many of these plays, though, you know, with Hope and Kale on both this Alistar and Kalista respectively, see some action started by them.
I just like it because our whole conversation now is who can farm harder, and I'm just imagining those guys, I'm farming so hard right now, oh, I'm going so fast!
Croco's even got the auto optimization down on Carthus, man. He's getting 2 Qs auto queued, like, dude, he's into it right now. He is.
We don't need the PvP, we PvE! There's leaderboards for a reason.
You know, I remember, and I'm sure you do as well, a couple of years ago we had like the Udyr, Rumble, Morgana meta. I think it was like 2021. And like everyone hated it because it was boring. But like, you know, these are, when it's these champions specifically, far more enjoyable to watch.
As those team fights going to explode.
Exactly, right? They're far more enjoyable.
Although I will say one side's way easier. Croco just has to hit R. Tarzan actually has to like hit his abilities. So you know,
hey,
just
in all
say
fairness, Branda's a pretty easy champ too, bro.
Yeah,
you just gotta hit.
But all you gotta do is hit the Requiem, right? You do like 3/4 of people's health and damage, so it's fine.
It's if you snowball. In all fairness, there are games where Carthus just kind of stinks. Like there will be games where you'll see
This game's
Carthus
getting
like
late
show up.
game. I have no doubt.
Yeah, you probably will. There's a lot of congregation going on in this top side right now. This big stacked wave is drawing a lot of attention. Weibo want Breathe to be able to get it, and it seems like Anyone's Legend do not want Breathe to get it.
Such a weird wave. All the slicing nails from early. Croco's going to hit that wall of pain. Zenithblade goes in there. They do have a decent amount of damage. Here comes the Pyroclasm, bouncing all over the place. A little bit of fire is going to start burning the AL. You got to find a way out of there. They're out of all their tools. Instant flashes coming out, but Weibo want to punish. There you go. Xiaohu over the top. He's going to tank a couple. There's the Requiem. It's going to get Tarzan. They might get more. That's a double kill for Croco under turret, and Ala stands strong.
I'm surprised Crisp is not pausing the game. Not to ruin the call. This is all great for Weibo. That's probably why they're not. Crisp got stuck on the Carthus passive, I think, just by the looks of it.
I saw a smile on his face after, so he might be laughing.
Yeah, I think Weibo are just taking that one on the chin. We'd have to get a replay, but I'm pretty confident that's what happened. I haven't seen that bug in a long time, but it does occur. But hey, the play's positive for Weibo, right? They get a bunch of their kills, and Crisp is the only real casualties. Yeah, like they get a lot for that. So I don't think they're too fast in the grand scheme of things. Let's get a look at this replay,
let's look.
Mazel, because
we get to be Sherlock Holmes, and who was the other guy?
We get to investigate. Bloody hell. I should know this. I'm English. Either way.
Oh no! Anyways, let's focus on League of Legends.
Let's focus on League of Legends. You can see here like the early pressure that, you know, Tarzan's able to put out with all of this AoE damage, and whilst it's not lethal for now, again, it's just the pressure of throwing all these flashes. Let's look at Crisp though, right? It's great ultimate from Xiaohu, that's fantastic. Zenithblade in, and then he gets stuck on the Carthus passive. It can't be anything else.
That's real sus.
Yeah, I think that's
That changes the play, too.
Unique.
Yeah.
It does change the play, but like again,
Breathe. Hey, there's a lot of spears in you, bud. He's going to try to survive, though. They're going to TP. They also have Crisp on the way. Breathe gets his life ripped out from him from Hope. The Solar Flare is going to stun down Hope, though, so they can't follow it up.
So, a little bit of thesis on why that happened the way it did. Yone R obviously drags people to the furthest possible, target that gets hit. And I think in that very specific play, because it was so close up against the wall, like where the second target was hit, it effectively kind of just acted like a wall. Oh, Croco.
It's elementary, my dear Watson, as now we have Croco down in front of the dragon. And it should mean AL needs to back away from this one, Shanks. Able to hit back Chris. I remembered the name, by the way.
Yeah, I think by the Watson cool. That's why I giggled. Good memory.
All is just getting so much free gold up here. He's up 30 CS. This is insanity.
This is... Yeah. I don't think Renekton's going to be a major part of this game, so... Just taking a guesstimation here. Best case scenario, comes down on a teleport, you get an empowered W on Shanks. But he was probably going to die anyway. Like, that's the kind of vibes I'm getting from Breathe this game. And it's not even really his fault, right? Again, the plays have been very much top-centric. Unfortunately, the wave states have just not been in positive spots for him a lot of the time, right? So, just a big sufferer, not only of the matchup itself, but just kind of a victim of some of the wave states as those plays happened around him.
Yeah. And I think...
Very unfortunate.
I think AL have a lot easier time executing their composition as well. I think there are some ease of execution angles for Weibo there, but really you're just sticking Croco in the middle of the fight and you're trying to play around that, right? Whereas Weibo have to be very specific on who they're targeting out, who they're able to catch out at least in the backline, things like that. And so I guess that's the conversation I want to have. If it's so easy for AL, they already have this big team fighting power in Ala. How does Weibo kind of get back into fold for themselves and keep their progressive and kind of active stance?
Well, I think for now, just trying to attack some of those side lanes is going to be key through Xiaohu, right? I think Breathe is going to need a little while. Once that Blade of the Ruined King comes online for Xiaohu, it's a very, very powerful and potent one-item spike for this Yone, so anticipate that we'll see a little bit more play kind of centered around him. The issue is, however, Croco doesn't even have to be there to cover those side lanes, right? And that does open up a couple of different avenues where AL can like send Croco to almost duo lane with the other side of the map, which would normally be the weak side, but you have Requiem to kind of cover off, some of the weakness of the opposite side of the map. So we'll wait to see exactly how those plays kind of line up. Again, it's more on Weibo. They've got all these proactive tools, Mazel. It's about how they're actually able to use them. A lot of ranged engage, right? Very non-committal.
Yeah, and I think, there's obviously the later conditions of having 6 scrubs for AL that makes it very difficult to defend sieges after fights go wrong, things like that. They are also already positioned around the Red Herald. It's already going down. So we've seen complete topside objective control from AL so far. Which will mean makes it a little easier to kind of transition that power down to the dragons once those start spawning here in about 2.5 minutes. It is an Infernal Soul, so that priority definitely rises a bit there.
Yeah, one thing to mention about those dragons, you said AL, they've got those 6 scrubs, the side lane pushes, and generally the sieges are going to feel a little bit nicer. 2 dragons over to Weibo, right? And you would argue that at face value, they do have the stronger team fighting composition, right? Brand AoE, Leona setup, Yone for follow-up. Or, just straight up kind of a punish or a backline threat. There's a lot of tools for Weibo to lean on in those 5v5s, and for AL, it's a little bit more incremental, right? Like, the Requiem is gonna hurt, sure, but it's not gonna hurt until, you kind of crest over that 2-iron mark, which Croco is approaching very quickly. You get the level 11, which he's about to also hit. It's gonna take a little bit more for AL, right? The setup comes a lot more from Ala actually finding the backline, right? Finding Tarzan and Light and blowing them up. Or Kyle again, kind of giving them that setup. So AL, it's a lot more meticulous, shall we say, whereas for Weibo, they can kind of just pull the trigger and go.
Oh, interesting. I thought it was a little easier for AL to move in. They just like drop Croco up. But I could see the angle there for sure. And I think Weibo see it too, as they are putting all their pressure on bottom side, just in case somebody overextends. But AL able to defend pretty heavily. both junglers going to be at least one of them positioning around this bottom side as Croco goes up towards top side dragons within a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, Croco camps the farm, man. Come on, we gotta get those numbers up.
Just give them one more dragon and then fight every single one after that. It's fine.
Whenever a Karthus player's playing Karthus, like, just mentally know that they are always pressing tab to see what their CS is against the enemy jungler. And right now, he's just he's mad that, you know, until he sees Tarzan again. At the minute, he's only one camp up, right? Once he sees Tarzan on vision, he's like, damn, he's got one extra CS? Why has he killed that ward that I haven't killed? Now I've got to go and fight. Like, that's what's going on in Croco's mind right now. A whole lot of one-to-one eco battle. But he's got that level 11, jokes aside. He's not at that 2-item mark yet, but it is going to mean a big bump in damage for that Requiem. And you've seen Weibo, like you mentioned, they've been flooding numbers in. Like, whenever they have these waves shoved in, they're just flooding numbers into the jungle, dropping wards. And it's really kind of shut out anyone's Legend's ability to find any flank wards at all when you look at the minimap, right? So Arla's likely going to have to find a frontal kind of look, or maybe something like this Herald here kind of sucks in Weibo to respond, and then you find a nice angle on that.
This has been the tried and true strategy right as dragon spawns or right before it. You just pop that Rift Herald, try to get as much damage, use the priority gain in mid, move over. Ala pressured out by Xiaohu as Weibo start up their third dragon here. AL not going to be ones to go quietly. At least it's already almost down, though. 3,000 health down. They're going to engage over on a Crisp, though. Crisp getting low. Croco's going over the wall. Croco wants the steal, and Croco doesn't get the steal. Tarzan's still that jungle king, baby. Weibo getting chunked here as Xiaohu is down. You have Light putting in some damage with the piercing arrows, but AL is starting to lose their health bars. That burn, but here comes the Requiem. Will it be the difference maker? Not yet. As Light chasing him down, he gets so close as Croco's gonna flash over. Light is a menace in that team fight, but it is Weibo who come out on top.
It's Weibo that comes out on top because Brand's damage Tarzan there was excellent. I think the Pyroclasm, like, must have hit everyone. Plus the E as well to spread out the damage. So many passive procs in that team fight, and many people that end up dying in the mid laners off the top of my head. So 1-for-1, but Weibo get the dragon. They're one away from this Infernal Soul. Let's get a look at this engage though up on the top side. They're trying to burn down Crisp. Croco's on the bottom side trying to steal the dragon, but Tarzan gets the 1v1. How does Tarzan get all this damage out? He just throws the Pyroclasm onto Shanks, and Hope and Croco,
they don't even...
Unfortunately, it just feels like they didn't even notice until their health was already gone.
What's that thing bouncing between us? Oh, I thought we were playing soccer. No.
Hey. Football.
Oh, sorry.
Euros is on in a couple of days as well, mate. Yeah. Normally, I normally shelve the Englishness for the casts, right? I put it aside a little bit. Watch your mouth, all right?
I'll be careful. I'll tread lightly. We did get second item there completed for Tarzan. Has the Rallies, so gonna have a lot more teamfight impact there with the slows coming down too. And he's honestly had such incredible Pyroclasm so far, and it's only getting started. That's the thing about these two team compositions, is we kind of expected it to go to like 25-30 minutes and actually see how some of the scaling is going to work out. Even though Weibo have had control around the dragons, it's still a dead even game.
Yeah, like, you know, gold to gold, it is dead even. Does still feel like one team fight could really break open the game, especially with the Baron up. Both these teams have surprisingly speedy Barons. I know it might seem a little bit strange, but on one side you've got Karthus with a Callista, who of course, you know, between Karthus is a demon on Barons. Like, he can really burn through a Baron. Plus the Rend, of course, but Brand passive blows Baron up. Like, each proc of Brand passive is dealing pretty much 1,000 damage. So you can really get through that, and especially with Yone, he's kind of secondary. Oh my god!
One more rocket, Requiem. There you go, Xiaohu. Go ahead and take a nap.
Huh. Shanks must have been a crit on that first auto, because that was disgusting damage. And now, with Xiaohu dead, this should just be an easy Baron. You've also got Ala up here on the teleport, so he's going to look for an angle as they eventually try to bait Weibo in. This is perfect setup for them.
Tarzan just needs to find a Pyroclasm into the pit if he can do it. That makes the difference here. Kael on the flank. He will have a big engage potential, or at least trying to buffer them out. The Baron going down. Rend is available. Tarzan's in the pit. Tarzan trying to get it. It goes over to Shanks And now we get the fight to Weibo, who have TP breathe in. There's the slice and dice. Ala, he's in some trouble here. Gonna pop his own slicing maelstrom. Which slice is gonna slice deeper? It looks like the Croc is the one to bite him off, and Breathe helps secure a double kill for Light.
Light gets that double kill, but you know that play felt cathartic for Breathe after the bullying he took earlier on in this game. That smite was very, very sketchy inside the pit, but it is anyone's legend who walk away with what remains of the Baron on their 2 carries. Everyone else dies. A little bit problematic. Weibo gonna feel okay about this Baron going down in the grand scheme of things, because now it's gonna set up for them to have a whole bunch of vision, which they already have on this bottom side, to try and pick up that soul. Baron's temporary. If they pick up that soul, they're gonna have it for the rest of the game.
Time stops for No Man. Less than a minute under for the Dragon, as it would be Infernal Soul for Weibo. Imagine this team comp with the Infernal Soul. It would be so terrifying. And AL definitely do not want to give that one over. Look at the vision control right now provided by Weibo. It's going to need to be cleared out. You see the resets coming through, where I got that Hex Drinker for Light now as well. We'll see what item completions can be done for AL before this fight kicks off. Looks like we got the Gwinsus and Blade of the Rune King there for Hope now.
Yeah, a lot of 2 item spikes completed for the side of anyone's legend now, and it's really Xiaohu missing out on his second item. I'm not actually sure what he's going towards. Those 2 components could end up being a shield bow. I think that could be, given the enemy team composition, what he's aiming for. Not wanting to drop to a Requiem anytime soon. A lot of mixed damage on the side of AL means no more. Of course, you need that crit and attack speed. Away from that, though, this setup looks really good for Weibo. The vision toggle as well kind of lets you know right now. AL are walking into darkness, and this Dragon is already being bursted down. 6k on it, Mazel.
Oh, the Solar Flare. Breathe has a flank here as well. Oh, look at the engage from Kyle. He's going over onto Light. The rest of AL pushing Weibo out of the Dragon Pit. There's the Fate's Call pop. Hope has popped himself there now in the Dragon Pit. It's going to be Croco that steals it away. Weibo surrounding them like hungry predators, though. Light can't get out. He's going to die to Shakes in the end. 700 gold to the Earth Master over there, as Weibo still 4 strong. Try to fight their way out of this one. They are backs against the wall here. Oh my God! It's a catastrophe for Weibo, but a nice little damage bout from Tarzan. It's going to get something back. Xiaohu's starting to do some too. That overtime damage by Tarzan is making a huge differential here.
Huge flash in on the back end there from Ala. Helped secure a couple of kills with the Requiem over the top. But like you mentioned, Tarzan's damage just dissuading anyone's legend from advancing any further forward. Anyone's legend, they get that dragon, right? They stop that soul from going over, so that's going to feel nice in the immediate and kind of allow the map to take a breather, reset a little bit. Look towards the Baron in a couple minutes' time. Solar Flare goes wide, but it's about this engage on the top side, right? It's a good angle from Kyle, but then it's all this burst damage onto Hope. Oh, he just... Yeah, I just wasn't anticipating it. I mean, neither were we, to be honest. And then I like this from anyone's legend. Ala, Shanks, they just go forward, right? They understand they can't get sandwiched in the pit there. Pick up Light, that's 700 gold onto Shanks. But then this aggression from Ala. So just know he can flash forward in this spot. Double stun, Requiem comes in just to secure a bit more extra damage. But like you say, Tarzan, damage onto Ala. So scary. Xiaohu claims a victim on the side as well, just to pick up a bit of extra gold. Plays very back and forth, Mazel, and you know, we said these team fights were going to be very back and forth. They have been. So much AoE available to both sides. Neither one been afraid to pull the trigger.
Well, we've reached the start of where I expected this game to go, 25 plus minutes now. Getting that dragon is huge for anyone's legend, just buying a lot of time here. But that shield bow with a little bit of survivability going Xiaohu's way, he's going to be terrifying. And I think we've seen Yone run rampant in our league so far. It feels like once you get to this moment in the game, once you get past 30 minutes, he is just a kill button. And I think AL is going to have to struggle to find a way to deal with him.
Yeah, they will. They certainly will. And he's kind of just an addition.
There's 2 people there, Breathe. He's going to try to slice his dice out of there as he just gets taken down by the snipe from Ala.
Very unfortunate. Not much you can do in that situation. Just poor face check. One of those situations in the top lane, you just have to wait for another member or two to show on the map, right? Just so you know that there's a lower likelihood that play is happening to you. But in the grand scheme of things, it's just a kill, right? Shouldn't really be too much going on. And hey, you know, his team gets Baron control for it, right? It's not even the end of the world. There's Croco just hanging around, just looking over the wall, making sure Arla got that cannon minion, more importantly. As Croco is on his way to level 16 Mazel, which I think is something that's silently happened. He's a whole level up on Tarzan. Level 16 Requiem, big deal to potentially have before this Baron. Speak of the Baron, you can see on the screen in the fog of war there were members of Weibo hanging around. There's Tarzan.
Yeah, there's going to be more people here. It's like they have a team almost. As Ala try to get out of that one, but it's going to be a little bit too little too late. And okay. He's going to see Xiaohu. He's got to finish this one off. All right, he's just going to pump the ulti so he doesn't have to walk into the blind bush. They do have TP available. Oh, AL. They did pull the Baron, try to get some pressure from Weibo there. But I think the biggest importance is that AL want to be the first in position, it feels like a lot of this time. It feels hard to get their setup if they're walking into Weibo. And Weibo have taken advantage of that multiple times.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, it's very difficult. You want Weibo to try and dive into you so you can choose when to re-engage, right? I think that's really how you want some of these team fights to play out for anyone's Legend. Unless Arla finds a good flank. That's like the only condition, really, where you can kind of
his number, though. I'll give him the blind. I mean, the blind redacted was bold.
It was bold, right? And again, I think from a draft perspective, what they were thinking is, look, Karthus is already slammed on the table. How likely is it really that Arla's going to pick an AP top laner, Koth Kennen? Pretty low, and he still did it anyway. And he's been making Weibo's life quite miserable. You can see a couple of MRIMs are starting to be stacked on.
Yeah, we got 3
as well now
because of that.
Yeah, and that is right in time for this third dragon. Or the second dragon run potentially for AL. Soul still for Weibo sat on the cards. We said we wanted anyone's Legend to be in the river first. They're there for now, but Weibo, like we've seen time and time again, they can just go in if they really want to. They can pull the trigger with those non-committal engages, fish, and see what's good.
Again, Weibo are here first. AL have to move in here. They found themselves in a sticky situation the last time. It's looking like deja vu. The dragon already going down. Can AL get a magical steal yet again? Can they survive another 5 minutes? Tarzan versus Croco, all eyes on them, and it's Tarzan who gets it. Infernal Soul unleashed onto AL. The Panda's fur is getting burned alive, but he's still got Kyle with the fates called back in. Requiem has come online too, and the burn is not enough. Xiaohu, he's going to make it out alive for now, but it doesn't matter. Light able to get one back, and it is complete chaos in the end. An Infernal Soul and 3 kills for 2 go to Weibo.
Dude, Weibo get the soul. Xiaohu there, so fortunate. The singular Ocean Dragon regen ticks him back up to not burn to the Croco items there. Very fortunate, but again, the main highlighting point of that fight is that Weibo now have that Infernal Soul, right? The additional stats, the proc itself. It's just going to be one of those driving factors that will really push a team fight over the edge potentially. And again, it just puts the onus even further onto anyone's Legend later on in this game to find those very ideal fights, right? The fights where Arla gets a 3-4 man slicing Maelstrom, where there can actually be a little bit of follow-up from people like the Alistar. Big rockets from Shanks. It's going to be stuff like that as this is dicey.
Hope's in a lot of trouble here. He's trying to jump his way out. Doesn't surviving the lifesteal. It's just enough, especially with the healing from Kyle. So Weibo left wanting, but now they have Primo position over Baron here too.
Yeah, I mean, Hope's so Hope should. Oh, he's got Bloodthirst there. He wants to get to the wave. It's really important that Weibo try and keep him away from it. But at the end of the day, they're gonna want to shove it for Prio. But Breathe doing this, he shouldn't be in danger. He's got Weibo in his back pocket. The rest of the team now actually it's anyone's Legend. They're in trouble.
You're so extended there. He has no flash. He's going to try to dodge out of that one. Breathe, getting a little bit low. Going to get his GA pop. But Kyle about to join him there in the Death Realm. Gets the Fates call out, and both teams are scratching each other up. But AL look worse for wear. So Weibo want to push the tempo, and they're going to go on to Baron.
That should be Baron. I mean, Croco can cast this Requiem all he wants. Weibo, they'll get the big purple worm buff. And again, all of that damage, that AoE coming out from Weibo damage over time. It's just whittling anyone's legend down a little bit too much in this exchange. And with the Baron up and the fight happening in the top lane, it's now an opportunity for Weibo to try and take down some of these structures on the other end. Actually siege up, group up, and just take their time with it, Mazel. That's the most important thing. Now that they've got this Baron, I don't want to see them overforce with it. Just kind of put anyone's legend in awkward positions. These wards are great from Kyle if Croco, or rather if Allah had teleport, but he doesn't. This is cheeky though. They're trying to catch Weibo as they actually advance onto the map. But is anyone going to take the bait?
I mean, honestly, that's the way forward, though. If you can catch somebody out, it's really big timing windows for AL as a whole. We are getting close to full build for Light, who has had an incredible game so far on the Varus. I was asking him for him to step up, and here he is, especially against his old teammate Nala from the LNG days. Feels real good, and they are going to get even more gold for this Wonder Carry, as Light is going to help take down a tier 2 in mid.
Go. That's the cost of the play that AO were looking for, right? In that bottom side jungle, they lose that tier 2 in the mid lane. Likely a foregone circumstance anyway, just through nature of Baron, but not even really having the opportunity to defend it. Well, gold goes over to Weibo. They'll get this tier 1 up here as well. Xiaohu using that Spirit Unbound. Step back.
And he gets to
still get that local gold as well. So all is well for Weibo at the moment. They've extended the gold lead out 4,500 gold. They can just continue to go lane to lane with all of this pressure. Again, one of the drawbacks that AL's composition has had, we've spoken about all of the flank angles and trying to find those kind of weird fog of war plays. They don't have straightforward engage like how Weibo has straightforward engage, right? Drop a Leona ult on top of someone's head. Oh, it hit. Awesome. Let's go dogpile them. Oh, it didn't hit. All right, let's just turn around and wait for the cycle of the cooldown itself to come back. And anyone's legend don't really have that ability, right? It's kind of all or nothing.
Yeah.
And it's really allowing Weibo this freedom on this Baron push.
And I think Breathe has had a big say in that, right? He has literally man-marked Allah every single fight. I'm wondering if in draft they just said, what is the easiest thing to mark Allah with? It's Renekton. Okay, let's go ahead and get it to you. Obviously, it's a pick he's very comfortable on, but it has been really nice to see him use this mobility on the champion to just always have the idea of where Allah wants to enter with a slicing maelstrom.
Yeah, I think the man marking's been really good. And I think when you take into context how this game started for Breathe as well, it just feels even better, right? Being able to come back to this point. And like you said, just a comfortable pick all around. Yes, it did come at the cost of sinking in a couple of additional bans in that second phase. Still made it worth it, and Arla's not been able to have the impact that he's probably been hoping for on this cannon. And now, as we have that Fog of War toggle for the AL POV, Elder Dragon's in 45 seconds, Mazel. And that likely will be Elder Dragon into game end, if I had to wager a guess. The way that these team fights have been playing out, right? Like, so many people have been limping away at almost execution threshold. You'd imagine Elder would just flat out end it. Allah. How much of an angle does he have? So much so, Xiaohu has to use that Fate Seal. So that's the ultimate that's on cooldown now for Elder, but it's relatively short at level 3, so still take about 40 seconds or so. He'll have it again.
All right, Devil's Advocate.
That right now Weibo don't have.
Devil's Advocate. AL win one team fight. They push for the win with 6 scrubs. That's all I'm saying. So we'll see what this Elder Dragon has in store for us. We're positioned around it. Again, we had already said, though, AL want to be the first ones there. They have not had priority over this Dragon Pit a single time since 4 dragons ago.
Yeah, it's just not been possible. Weibo doing a really good job of the vision this game. They have been consistent. Kyle just takes a massive chunk.
Breathe. Oh, Allah has no idea. Now he finally knows after the scanner comes out. But Breathe was there the whole time. Allah, you saw him, and he just died to that croc. He was waiting in the waters. As now Kyle's going to sacrifice his life, but Light has already sniped down Croco. A Requiem, but it means nothing to a silent audience as Weibo wiped the floor with AL, one by little one. AL will not be undefeated. They will not get 2 zeros to dominate round 1 of Group D. Weibo have woken up, and they will win game number 1 here with a smooth finish.
They open up this series with a win. And like you said, Allah had a little bit of time to react there. Doesn't, gets blown up. And that's the game. They've got this wave on the bottom side. And despite the shaky looking nature of Weibo throughout their previous series, This one didn't look too bad. It was hotly contested. But they had the engage tools. They used them well. They'll find themselves in a position they haven't really felt too much in so far this split. Should feel confident moving into game number 2.
Breathe Renekton, very good. Light had an incredible game number 1 of the series. The Varus was doing so much damage as a lethality build, especially even onto those later game tanks there. And I think that question continued to pop up is how does AL find engages if they can't get the big flanks from Ala? And the question remains there, and it will forever remain, as I think it just was the proactivity from Weibo that really helped them push it over the edge. That is it for game number 1, though, of our best of 3. We'll see if anyone's legend can bounce back after a short little break.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. The Surrogate, the Surrogate. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. The Surrogate, the Surrogate. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world
Welcome back to the LPL Summer. We are here. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jamana, of course. After a rough and tumble game number 1 that AL dropped against Weibo. Weibo looked so clean in their big moments, especially around the team fights. And I'll just say, it looks like a much different Weibo than we've seen here in recency.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see this Weibo come out onto the Rift and really take things into their own hands, right? And I feel like on social media, at least, on Western social media, Tarzan has been the target of a little bit
He's
of flame.
my jungle king.
And look,
I will always
I'm not gonna
bow
say,
down.
I'm not gonna say it wasn't warranted. I think Tarzan has had some very, very rough individual games. This brand game was really good, right? This was an MVP worthy level performance. Multiple fights, especially in the mid game. I think after third dragon in particular, where his brand ults into ease specifically, because that's normally the combo. You don't normally think about it, but if a target is on fire and you E them, the range is doubled. So that hits a lot of people a lot more frequently. And just being able to do that consistently was enough to win team fights, right? So I think that matched him with some of that early game aggression he was able to find here and there. Earns him that MVP. Very well done from Tarzan.
And, oh, hey, he won out on damage, too. No way. At least over Kargo, not over all.
Oh, over Kargo,
I will just say, though, I think the gameplay in the fights was so good in a lot of moments for Weibo, but for me it was the setups, man. Like, they were always there first. They were always in position with breathe on Allah's flank angles, using the death wall really well around the dragon pit. They kept complete control over that dragon pit for a majority of them, and it was always AL who didn't have engages, who didn't have a way in besides Allah on the flanks that had to walk in.
Yeah, and I think, a lot of that was kind of built off the back of light a little bit, right? Like finding constant prio through mid. But again, just in general, Weibo's wave play in general in that game was really good. One thing that I used to coach a long, long time ago when I was a professional coach in the ERLs was wave vision wave play. It's a very rudimentary way of playing the game, but effectively what I mean is push in a wave, get vision down, go back to the wave, clear the wave again, look for more vision or a play, right? And it felt like Weibo fundamentally just hit that tempo really well that game, and the dividends were huge. You saw it, like we said. When did it feel like after 20 minutes that anyone's legend were first into the river? I don't think they were, right? So definitely something they have to try and work on, anyone's legend. But again, I feel like that was a lot of proactive play from Weibo that really shut down any opportunity of giving anyone's legend those, very strong conditional opportunities for them to win a fight.
Yeah, and that's why I think we came into this series a little bit more crucial about Weibo, because the big conversation was who's real and who's the imposter in these two teams, right? Because Weibo are sitting at 1 and 2. Anyone's Legend had 2-0'd every single other opponent in this group so far this split. And Weibo has seen those big high highs where AL are starting to come into their own. I mean, Weibo have lost heartbreaking series over to NIP to start off. They won against IG, but they lost against Ultra Prime. It's been 3 games every single time. And here they go a leg up over AL to see if we can make this Group D a little bit more chaotic. Game 2's kicking off now with Weibo on the blue side. They already banned away the Yone and the Leona. We already have that LeBlanc ban as well as the Rumble ban. Plus all those fearless bans you see at the bottom of your screen. Those are not available to the sides you see under them.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm kind of thinking, are Weibo are trying to likely go towards a Tristana first pick here? Will anyone such ban it away? The answer is yes. So now Weibo, I mean, probably just a quality lock if I'm Xiaohu. If that's the name of the game, right? AD mid, AP jungle. Oh, Skarner's up.
It's up. Yeah, I was going to let you go through your thought process, and I was going to be like, Skarner.
Okay. Oh, man. All right, so Skarner's there. Dude, like, I haven't cast much Skarner, so I kind of just forget it exists, because in my mind it's just bad, like, all the time, But this is a response from anyone's legend. Nautilus plus the Viego, we'll see how the competition's built around him, but he thrives off first kill, right? And Nautilus, is there a support much better at setting up first kill for a Viego? Probably not. So I like this idea, but Weibo have a very strong opportunity to lock in not only very powerful individual champs like this Forky, but the ability to obviously counterpick things like those, right? Pick up champions that are hard to lock down, champions that do really well at defending these engages.
I think Ziggs is heavily on the table.
Ziggs too. Yeah, this is probably a Ziggs rotation actually, as you mentioned it. To be honest with you.
I mean, I think if Weibo don't
very
take it
hard to
here, then that's their
Then anyone's
pick,
legend
right?
will.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And I mean, you have Corki. I don't think there's no real downside to blind picking it if you're Weibo, but let's see if they do it, right? Like, at the end of the day, they might be happy to allow anyone's legend to take it and just go your AP jungler yourself. Thinking about the idea of Ashe and locking in said idea. So, a little bit more, you know, again, non-committal engage was kind of the name of the game for Weibo in game number 1, and Ashe Arrow kind of fills that niche. Of course, more flexibility between Corki and Ashe, right? Corki could still end up in the bottom lane, Corki could end up mid, Ashe could end up being your support. Though with Nautilus on the cards, it's probably going to end up being light. Highlighting that one as R3 will be this way for Shanks, most likely.
Also, foreshadowing maybe a couple patches ahead of time when Ashe is ridiculous right now in 14-2. Anyways, also provides all that utility that engage we were talking about, but more so light, very comfortable on it. And I'm sure they're going to get engaged for him to go crisp. The Hwei itself does provide a lot of damage potential to anyone's legend, a lot of strength out of that mid lane. We'll see with the focus in the second phases. We've already got the Kalista banned against Weibo here, so maybe trying to keep that Ashe at the ADC position.
Keep Ashe in the AD position. Not wanting to deal with double ranged. There's no Varus that can come through for Weibo, so maybe Weibo themselves ban it away. Don't want to deal with Varus Ashe. Varus Kalista. Varus Nautilus rather, but I like this call out to Arla saying, look, we know how this Mordekaiser into Skarner stuff works.
Yeah.
We've seen it now. We know, right? I like this call out there.
Do they know?
Do they know? Yeah, they probably know. And yeah, Mordekaiser as a whole, a rising priority pick into that Skarner. See how much more popular it potentially gets. There are other things that look good into it. Maokai moved away as well.
Isn't it funny that the solution to dealing with Skarner is to take him off of the map? There's still like counterplay. You just have to take him off the map for like 10 seconds.
Balanced team, look me in the eyes. I know you can't see him. I'm not on the screen. If Mordekaiser is the solution to Skarner, I think there might be a problem with Skarner, guys. I'm just going to throw it out there. There's the Varus.
He's fun to watch.
Set up with a band. Yeah,
Uh,
definitely is very fun to watch. Not to play against, to say the least. But again, dipping into that first kill mentality, right? Again, non-committal engage through the chains of corruption, follow up from the Nautilus. It all looks really good from AL. It's all very nice. Front to back, poke, looking for those resets. Tarzan this time will be piloting the Carthus. And there will be the Braum lock-in probably, though they're lacking engage. So, Alistar's a nice middle ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a big question here though, because this is where we're not going to kind of get the same style we got last time, where both AP junglers, both willing to farm pretty heavily. This time around, I feel like Tarzan is going to have to really be careful where Croco is focusing on the Viego, because he's going to be a lot more aggressive and wanting to get that snowball going, even with some of the protectiveness around Weibo's comp, like the Braum for Chris.
Yeah, I mean, again, the problem with this specific jungle matchup is Carthus should be able to amount such a tempo lead that if you don't have prio lanes, it's gonna kind of suck. And I'll be honest, looking at the lanes here for Weibo, I think Tarzan has prio in every lane. I think there's a pretty good argument, with the exception of bot. Like, bot is the main place where you could argue, like, Ashe Braum rundown is going to be so strong that you could see Hope and Kyle really kind of just take a step back, right? And that's kind of it. So I feel like for Croco, it's going to be a little bit difficult to interrupt that farming pattern, right? It's going to be about the skirmishes. It's going to be about setting up to get resets in the first place in those fights. And that's where the AL composition really thrives. Beyond that, though, Tarzan, it's a fairly free Carthus angle for him. He should be able to scale up relatively nicely this game.
Speaking of scaling up, AL have seriously been scaling into 2024. Spring, maybe not the brightest of moments, but some good ones. Here in summer, starting off undefeated here, having dropped game number 1 to Weibo. We're getting to game number 2 now, where Weibo have the momentum in the series. They're back on blue side. Their draft this time has a lot of strength to it as time goes on. You have to look at Tarzan as a staple here on the Carthus. but it's more so all eyes on anyone's legend. That proactivity going to be super important. Focus towards bot side. Tabe can set you up, but you gotta execute. Now we're looking at some of the stronger members we've seen from anyone's legend this split. Ala has had some good moments. Krako has had some incredible moments. But Hope, after that last game where light was popping off, you know he's looking at shine himself.
Something that legend looking for moving into this game. It's a position they've not been in this split so far. They've not been down a game in the series. Just need to see the bounce back.
Crowd's still alive, still kicking. Especially after Weibo won that game number 1.
They got an extra Gyro there. AL, we only heard 3. Weibo got 4.
Question mark pings on the crowd. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Anyways, as we take a look at this one, maybe a little bit of a late level 1 coming through from Weibo on this bottom side. I know Kyle's going to need to be careful on that death wall there. And here that goes.
Raw mash. Very hard to contest early on, and you know, it's also set up for Karthus as well, right? Those individual Qs stack up in damage so quickly.
Yeah.
Very hard to deal with. Kroko is going to try to get his hands on his wolves. He should be able to. I don't think AL can really do anything about this. Looks like it would be the blue steal away, and that's all now. It's more about the response from Kroko and his own individual pathing now, right? But there are wards to kind of cover out all of the all the pathing options here. So Tarzan will have the opportunity to effectively respond however he wants. He's doing his Raptors, he's ignoring his Red and Krugs. For now, he's gonna see Kroko. He wants to contest this. Now,
Ooh, I like
you
this.
mentioned, right? Kroko, he wants to get into the face of Tarzan. He really wants to get, you know, very antsy. It's kind of hard for him to be honest with you. It's very predictable, Viego's movement to land these Qs. He's not actually going to contest the blue, though. He's just going to take his wolves. When he go up to the Gromp, he's not going to get level 3, remember. He's not taking a Gromp or a
He sees
Krug.
him now.
Yeah. And again, at level 2, it's so difficult for Kroko to actually dodge out.
Here comes the Skarner. Going to dodge out of the Ixtal's impact there, but still going to get the Shattered Earth onto him. On bot side, his concussive blow is going to start stacking up, get a little bit of damage back itself.
Yeah, I mean, all is well for Tarzan, right? The only air quotes drawback is that some of his camps are going to respawn in a funny order. That's about it. Other than that, he's feeling pretty good about that.
You were right on the priority, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, dude, this is such a nice to have game for Tarzan on this Karthus, right? Skarner, I don't know if there's a champion in the game right now that actually makes Skarner not have prio other than like the range champions of Mordekaiser. I think if you're a melee champ, you just don't get to have prio against Skarner. I think that's just how the game works at the moment. And again, perfect tracking. You know, they know where Kroko is now. On top of that, because of the Orc shot, it's just, you know, salt in the wound. Tarzan effectively gets a full clear. It's a little bit slower than had he just gone top to bot, but the point really more stands in the fact that he set Kroko behind. He can even go and take his Gromp right now too. Like, there are so many options for him to just slingshot ahead in XP.
And that's the thing about this competition is it's all about helping out the Karthus as well, right? The light choice of the Ashe, not only do you have some strength there, but this utility of knowing where Krako is allows your pathing to come to fruition here for Tarzan a lot of the time. Does end up spotting out the Shadow King there in his own jungle, but Tarzan trying to keep active himself. We do have Dragon coming up within a minute, but I don't see Tarzan and Weibo being too active around.
No, not just yet. But again, you know, if you can get the timers up for it, it's going to feel really good to get that Dragon super early on. Felt like Tarzan missed opportunity maybe to sneak away that Gromp. It definitely can't contest the Wolves. That's certainly too deep. But, you know, Light and Crisp had so much priority around that bottom side that you certainly could have seen a skirmish maybe break out around the area of the map that would have been favorable for Weibo. But nonetheless, Tarzan still in a good spot. We'll continue to talk about the jungle matchup for a while.
Yeah.
I fear as the lanes themselves, they're not, guys, they're not super exciting. I hate to break it to you.
So if you're a Skarner fan, you're having a lot of time. Good time.
Look, I'm sure Flowers is, you know, he's got to be having the time of his life. He's not right now. That guy is not right now. So he's not here.
He's dreaming of Skarner. That's what's making this happen right now. Anytime Cap's asleep while LPL is happening, Skarner just gets like 100% damage buff. It's just like dreaming of Skarner.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Anytime a Skarner is on the Rift, then Cap's asleep. It's actually Cap just using his, omniscient
He's mentally
powers
driving the Skarner here.
He's mentally driving the Skarner
That
player.
would explain how Breathe won on Skarner when he was 0-4. No wonder. Oh my god, it all makes sense. What is also making sense is some of the preemptive, at least, vision that Weibo had put around Dragon. They heavily wanted to get some vision around there in case AL were going to start that one right up. They will have vision now that Croco is on his way down here. The question is, are they going to be willing to do this? Because it could just be a trade now that they've waited so long.
Yeah, Tarzan is beelining back down here though, because he's seen Croco start it. So I don't think Tarzan wants him to get it. And the priority is being hotly contested right now in all of the lanes. Xiaohu, however, is losing out this battle here in the mid lane. Shanks could have solo kill pressure on the bottom side. Yeah, there they are.
All right, well, looks like we're going to get the kerfuffle over Dragon #1, and Croco down to sub 100 almost there with the burns. Tarzan is on the Dragon here, smite free. Oh, Croco's back over. Who's going to steal it this time around? It's Tarzan who gets it. He's going to willingly throw his body to the wind. Meanwhile, AL are trying to take down Crisp. They don't even get him in the end either. And Light's going to be able to chase down to Hope. Everything's gone to hell in a handbasket, and Weibo's sitting there with a big, bright smile on their face.
Oh, goodness me. It's a nightmare for AL. Complete disaster. A catastrophe. That hawk shot. Will it spot out? The answer is yes.
Oh, man. Throw
And
up
that's
the
going to be another
Pengu.
kill.
How do you do, sir? Oh, Oh, it gives it to Chris. Hey, Solo
That's
Bola, he got
Requiem
it back
burn.
from the
Yeah.
earlier game.
So true. But that is Requiem burn, and real smart there from Kyle. If Kyle stepped backwards in some weird world, that tower shot might not have gotten to him before that Requiem did, it's the millimeters, Mazel. Jokes aside, Dragon secured by Weibo. Tarzan is slingshotting against P, like we were kind of mentioning could happen. Let's look at this. This is what I was saying though, like with the early engages and invades on this Karthus Viego matchup, it's so tough because you can see situations like that where Karthus can go bar for bar in damage. It's really, really frustrating to deal with. Nice backstep from Croco to not immediately die and give himself an opportunity to maybe 50-50, but it's just not working out.
The amount of
The wall of
50-50s
pain.
we've had.
Yeah, the amount of 50-50 we've had is very silly. Yeah, Wall of Pain slows up Hui, just ensures that Shanks' walks down. And again, everything going the way of Weibo. 3 grubs into a topside trap. Oh man, this Karthus is eating good. He is eating good.
Tarzan sitting there. Croco, this is how it's done. He's having a good time again, but that was the biggest question coming into this, is if you're going to grab this Viego, you have to be able to pressure the Karthus. You cannot just let him farm and get ahead of you. He is farming and he is ahead of you. So I think Croco staying active is going to be super important. Kyle is going to get the flash out of Xiaohu in mid lane.
Again, some of this kind of comes down to draft, right? Because, again, in the theoretical skirmishes, AL should have an okay-ish time, right? Finding that first kill, and then it's about how well you can play off the resets. But frankly, they just haven't been able to, it's only 90 minutes into the game, so it's a harsh call, but they just haven't been able to do it yet, right? That's just the fact of the matter. And the downtime, shall we say, has seen Tarzan have a very, very easy time going. Ooh,
Oh my god, he's
Xiaohu.
still going to go down here. And luckily, he's able to get some damage back over there, but the soul not going to be taken by Croco. They do end up striking true onto Xiaohu then.
They do, and what, do you know who the real winner is of that play? It's Tarzan. Just got a couple more minions
Get some
under
more
his
farm,
belt.
no big deal.
Yeah, just get a little bit more farm. No biggie. He's sound faded ashes and brown bags, bro. Like
I mean, look at the vision. He can chill. He knows where Croco
Yeah.
is at every moment. He's got cameras all over the place.
Oh, he's got another wave. He's probably gonna hold it. I doubt he'll take it. He's taking it. He's stopping. I think he's
Yeah,
taking
he's taking it. He's taking it. Look at his CS. Let's go. My goat.
Yeah. That's it, Tarzan. Eat my child.
But in all actuality, though, I think it's a serious question or conversation to have is like, this top side of the map is a big change for Weibo. We've been waiting to wonder, is it going to come together? Are they going to be on the same page? Because it felt like on paper the addition of Ala and Tarzan were huge upgrades, even if there was a lot of developmental track record going on with Xiaohao and ZDZ. It really has been when is this going to turn on? And tonight, we've seen it turn on. That engine is revving nice.
Yeah, no, it has been. It's been purring. Plain and simple. It's a black fire torch and an amp tome for Tarzan. And yeah, you're right. You know, I think there was probably, to a point, but less spoken about. The whole point. Let's engage.
Oh, he's so slow. Oh, he's going to get him with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow too. Hope's going to have to burn his flash there. There's another volley comes over the wall. Xiaohu is on his way here. If they can stop the back, that's big. Kyle's going to try to block. There's the Requiem to stop it. It's going to hit. No, it's not in time. Oh, Kyle, though. You're all by yourself. You might want to call Superman if you can.
I don't know. Dive him.
You actually have Shanks over here on the back end. If he can clean up some of the kills, that's big, but they get nothing, and Weibo get everything. Turret plates, kills, Shanks overextends now, and he's going to get approached velocity to 1,000 here. Shanks goes down even as the despair hits, and Tarzan cleans it up.
I was thinking to myself, is this really a dive you want? Simply because Shanks was there, but like, Mazel, Shanks didn't end up really being there, so he ends up dropping. It's just an extra kill. Weibo, this game's getting out of hand for anyone's legend. They are snowballing this near perfectly. Tarzan, all right, he might lose his flash, but the dragon is going to go over to Grocko. All right.
Grocko, let's go. Okay, so we're going bar for bar, at least like you were saying earlier, but this time it's on the smites.
Yeah, it is on the smites, but Tarzan's still pretty far ahead.
Don't look at the numbers. The numbers, what do they mean?
Yeah. Hey, you know, that sequel's coming out in a couple months' time, hey? But, true. Rest in peace, Mason, anyway. If you just found out about that because of me, I'm sorry, but anyway. Anyone's legend. It's a nice punch back, right? At least there's no early dragon stack. They're going to try and get at least 2 grubs. Looks like they might just settle for 1.
Still give the 1 might over to Weibo. Looks like they'll get 5 in total, so they'll get a little bit more strength in their pushing power here, which is very scary, by the way. But this Weibo composition is now starting to come to a head with a lot of the leads gained by Tarzan and by Light specifically. I think this is another game in the series that Light is having a massive impact.
It is. This Ashe has a very easy time in a situation like this. You got the Braum. You have a lot of first move. Karthus tempo has meant that normally he's also had his jungler in his back pocket, and we're going to get to a point where we're just we're looking for where those enchanted crystal arrows are going to go, right? How easily he's able to actually fish for those picks. As Tarzan gets that skull. It doesn't really have anything. It doesn't have anything to do on this side of the map. Might just take a reset. Been on the map for a while, but again, Herald will spawn in 30 seconds time. And he's feeling alright. He's feeling really good. I think Weibo shouldn't give this Herald over. They're sending Light up into the mid lane. They've got Xiaohu on the bottom side. He's running out of mana, but he's got teleport, so this contest should be pretty good, and that vision setup looks fantastic. And Breathe, we keep on getting these small pans up here, right? And if there's been one thing that's continually been happening, is Breathe just has prio. Arla's constantly chunked. So this objective should be theirs for free, and they know Crocco's on the bottom side now, so that should just seal up the deal.
I think also it's very difficult to know exactly what needs to go right for AL to find a good fight. I think the resets are obviously super important for Crocco, but Kyle finding the big engage is also super big because they have a lot of sustained damage behind them, but they just have to find the targets to put it on. And if they aren't on the front foot, then it becomes a lot more difficult. Weibo are going to keep control of this top side of the map, grab this Rift Herald for a second game in a row, and look to crash down mid, I'm sure.
Yep, I imagine so. Waits 2 minutes. That dragon spawns up. Use it for pressure then. That's my best bet. And again, when we speak about the drafts here, we're coming in, really picking up AL's drafts. I did certainly like AL's draft in game number 1. No issues with it. This game, theoretically, not really much problem with it. The issue is that Weibo's response was just so good, and what they were building as a core in those opening, you know, 1, 2, 3 picks was so strong that once you get to 4, 5, you allow the Braum to go through. It just means not only do you have these very powerful topside picks in the Karthus Skana and this Corki, but you can't really die. It's so difficult for AL to play their comp, right? Because there's no easy target. You're relying on Weibo to really make a misstep here, a bit of an error.
And when you're not doing something, that means that Karthus is farming, and that means that he's getting that much more ahead of you. He's almost up 40 CS now, or at least 30 CS rather, working on 40. And I think Kroko needs to also try to match that pace, but you're getting to a point where he can clear, get out on the map, and he's moving topside right now to come join this one as Xiaohu's already taken a brunt of the damage. Tarzan's coming in, Shank's in a TP, Breathe is also here. This is a really winning fight from Weibo, and Ala realizes that. Everyone else is trying to get out. The Ixtal's impact into the Impale, and AL are going to be impaled on the spikes that Weibo placed in top lane. That's a complete domination of this side of the map, and another turret going the way of Weibo.
I never want to call a game early, Mazel, but I think this might be done for AL. All of these skirmishes, all of these fights are just so lopsided, and it just feels like the scaling is just as. Gonna get this charge in. They should get this tier 2 on the top side as well. Great play from Breathe. That flash forward just to secure Shanks. Even though it looks awkward, he's flashing past other members to get him. The other members are gonna die anyway. So he's just securing an additional kill on top of the plate. Really good stuff from Weibo. Idea from AL, not bad, but the Weibo response was just a little bit too quick. They weren't anticipating that, and they lose out on the play. They're here for the Dragon. Weibo coming out of base kind of slow, but again, you know, you're trading those objectives on the top side, those towers for this Dragon. Probably feel alright about it. Maybe a fight on the back end at absolute best for this Weibo side.
And spotted out, Dragon's already gone. Second Dragon for anyone's legend. Crisp is just booking it towards Hope. Not going to find the angle there with the Wall of Pain as well. But honestly, I'm just sitting here waiting for the Elmo meme to come up with this Group D, because with a series win here, Weibo would complete absolute chaos in Group D, where we have 3 ties at 2 wins. But here's the start of the play. Xiaohu takes so much pressure.
He does. Doesn't end up dying, right? Flash out is good. He's able to reposition, and then from this point onwards, it's just rough, right? Arla, no way out. Rundown is really good. Kyle gets dragged in.
We're gonna fight. Impale under turret.
Oh, we are.
Kyle. Oh my god! They just obliterate the main tank of AL. That is a nice little siege under turret. Not going to find anything more after that, but AL are fighting back like an angry pot of ants here. They're going to try to get the damage out, but Requiem. Oh, Shanks! He gets killed before the Requiem even hits, and that song is sounding oh so sweet as they're calling for the kills. They're trying to get another turret in mid lane, and those 5 grubs that they had gotten earlier helping with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Easy shove down this mid lane. Don't need the Dragon. They're able to just secure priority. Oh, Kroko. He's got Heartbreaker. He's got
in
Flash.
A lot of trouble. That is a Skarner, and luckily you have Kyle there. Heartbreaker. And he flashes to get the kill there. Nicely done. Make sure he doesn't go down to breathe.
Dude, if that rock hit him, like, Kroko dies. It's very, very close. Breathe will lose his life, but again, not to be a negative Nancy, it's a consolation prize. All things considered here for AL.
Participation trophies.
Yeah, that's what it feels like this game. Look at the initial fights here. Oh, for 1 AD blows cleanse, 1 doesn't. Crisp.
Oh, that was a little.
You can admire the dedication. You can admire the dedication, right? Not quite able to get in the way, but it missed anyway. Kyle, absolutely obliterated by that ISO Karthus Q, and yeah, off the back of that, Shanks gets hit by a Winter's Bite. Requiem doesn't even matter. Breathe, snaps to kill the rock. Very good stuff for Weibo. This game. It wasn't long ago we were talking about, you know, hey, look, first kill for anyone's legend. Maybe it can come, maybe it can look good, maybe they can find a skirmish.
Yeah.
That was 6,500 gold ago. Weibo are comfortably in the lead, and Baron spawning in 20 seconds. Wouldn't be surprised to see them just walk over to it, burn it down incredibly quick, and look to try and end this game ASAP. And it would be a massive turnaround for them, right, Mazel? Like, this is a much cleaner looking Weibo comparatively to those other series that they've had so far. Actually being able to close out a series after winning game 1.
That's the biggest difference, I feel like.
Look.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a big level up from Weibo, especially Light. He's having a really, really good series here with Tarzan as well. The combination of him and Xiaohu has been wanted for this entire split. We're finally seeing some consistently combinations, I guess, at least for Weibo. Now, I wonder if Croco can get a steal here. We're about 4,000 health down. Croco waiting on the other side. Goes over the wall. Croco's in there like swimwear, but he's not going to get it. Xiaohu gets the Baron. The big purple worm goes to Weibo, and they continue their Summoner's Rift domination.
Yeah, the unfortunate fact there is when you're impaled, you can't smite. You're suppressed. You can't cast anything. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. So Croco was bursting out before that Baron was even taken down, just by a couple of frames. And Weibo, clean secure. Nothing much more to say about it. As this game, it feels like it's just going to march to its inevitable end here. Weibo, there's not much to say. They've just done a really good job in this game. The skirmishes have been strong. Early game plan, that blue invade, that really set Croco behind, right? Like, it's not even really like it set Tarzan ahead. It's more that it put Croco behind. And it just kind of gives him the freedom to then really slingshot ahead. Those couple of rotations after the fact.
Yeah. And
great play all around.
I just love it that it's the old LNG boys, Tarzan and Light, having a good time in this one. Especially all series long, it feels like they've had the numbers of their respective opponents here. And it's been really nice to see shoring up kind of some of the question marks we had for Weibo, because we came into this one asking, are they the imposter in all of this? Because they've had some seriously rough series, but now they are taking the undefeated Pandas down, potentially here if they can close this one out with an almost 10,000 gold lead. Another Dragon is up with the second for Weibo, but they still have the Baron up for another minute and a half, and the siege will continue.
Yep. We'll see. Weibo are beating the fraud bow allegations right now. Very, very good job at it. And this Baron, still over a minute left on it. Could very happily sit here and siege for a little while longer. Those grubs, they've got Xiaohu in the mid lane as well. And that mid tier 1, or tier 3 rather, is actually really low. I'd like to see them rotate over to it though. Actually, anyone's legend, a little bit of sleep of the will. They just let that tower go.
And that gets popped by Hope too there. He's going to throw the ulti right back, says, I'm angry. Can't hit the piercing arrow though. Here comes Breathe with the Ixtal's impact. Not going to connect onto Ala, but they just want the inhib here. In goes Chris, tanking the Spiraling Despairs. Croco came in from a flank from the shadows, but the Requiem going to start burning down some of the health bars. Long-term damage is now the focus for Weibo. They have Breathe in mid lane, buffing up that minion wave. They're just waiting for another wave down here on bot side, but they have the cannon here that'll be smited away by Croco, rather. The siege is still here, and here comes that wave.
Yeah, final wave here of Baron buff. It's not a cannon, but they might just look to force on it. There you go, Chris.
Kyle, he goes in, but he's about to go down. They get the double knockup from the depth charge, but they have started to circle the wagons around AL. A couple more hits here. They're going to jump in with Chris, but the inhib's going down. The first Nexus turret's almost down. That impale's going to help get Ala down here as a kill goes over to Chris. He stays picking him up for Weibo. And they actually might be able to finish this one, but they don't have the health bars, so they back away after taking 2 inhibs and 1 Nexus turret.
All right, well, short of ending the game, I'd call that a pretty successful Baron push from the side of Weibo, given the state of it. AL, bases in Taz, it's beyond last chance saloon for them. It would take nothing short of a miracle. As Weibo just looks to retreat. Take what they can off the map. Tarzan's even going to get a cheeky blue buff still. Not bad. Oh, Tarzan. Oh, Tarzan. Buddy, you got a... Yeah, there you go. You got it, bro.
This takes a little extra time now.
Yeah.
Dragon's not important.
Nah, I don't need Dragon. What's Dragon? I mean, hey, they are setting up for topside, right? So, that's where they will set their sights, it seems. Not too interested in the Dragon, though. Light is down there to pick it up, and yeah, Crypt Balloon just to cut through whatever MR there is. specifically on those frontliners. Pot as well. We've got picked up on purple pot, I guess.
Blue.
Trying to max out.
I see it. It's blue.
Well, the potion inside of it is blue, but like the ore is purple. So like, what? How do we go about that? You know, like
you know, there's
I
always
get, like the
this thing called-
potion
it could be
itself
two
is
colors.
blue. It could be 2 colors. I mean, you're not wrong. Maybe this is something that we would normally throw up to like. This is audience gets to decide.
Okay. Is it purple or
is
blue?
it
It's gonna be
blue
like
pot?
that
It even
dress
gives you a blue
conversation.
aura.
Yeah. It's gonna be like the dress conversation all over again. Weibo have TP'd Xiaohu top side. They still have the TP for Breathe, who's pushing up mid lane by himself. Weibo just trying to decide how they want to deliver the final knife into anyone's legend in a team who had been undefeated 2-0s across the board against every other member in Group D. But against Weibo, they could not cut it. Weibo have awakened, it seems, and combined as Tarzan has had an incredible series. And they're just knocking on the door right now against AL. A couple of super minions there are going to help that easy.
See?
I don't know, though. Yeah, the Recreant's coming down. They got the 3-man impale, and it's impaling anyone's legend right against the wall. Xiaohu's got the pincer maneuver right now over onto Croco, too. Shakes gets dragged down in the dirt. The last Nexus tower falls, and Weibo have drawn blood on anyone's legend. A 2-0 sweep.
Weibo's first 2-0 of the split. To say that the previous series were turbulent would be an understatement. But this series here today, game 1, a little bit up and down, a little bit back and forth. This was decisive, and this was the Weibo that a lot of people were anticipating to see. So it is nice to see them show up here into an AL who are on a 3-series win streak, who are looking very decisive, looking like they had their ducks in a row. Clear identity, understanding of the meta. They'll come in, 2-0 them, make it look like the scores were reversed. And now Weibo will go up to 2-2, give themselves a much
Chaos.
cleaner look into that second round robin, and potentially a little bit of chaos can unfold in the second half of this group.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Honestly, Weibo doubters in shambles, but more importantly, Tarzan doubters in shambles. I'm so happy to see this guy back in the league after taking time off in spring. He has been dominant. He was the pillar that LNG was built around for so long, and it was so curious to see him not in the league, and it's nice to see him ramping up at least, because the first couple series were definitely rough ones, but this team on paper had the rights to be one of our top teams in the LPL. So really nice to see them pick it up here and cause a little bit more of that chaos in Group D, but more importantly, start to see some of the things that look right. Because that was behind the scenes our big question to each other tonight is like, what will we get out of Weibo tonight, and what can we move forward with? And I feel like we saw them lean a little bit less into those split pushing styles. We saw them try a lot already this split, and we saw them more focused down onto supporting Tarzan and getting those objectives and team fights around topside too.
Yeah, especially that second game, right? And yeah, again, this was kind of the first showing of a bit of a awakening from Weibo, right? Tarzan on carry junglers as opposed to all the more utility focused things. Again, Weibo were all over the place before today, right? But again, this was a series where it seemed like they really have come a little bit more to grips with what seems to be the strongest sort of things in the meta, the strongest style of play. And yeah, Tarzan in particular really made it work. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets another MVP here back to back off of that game 1 performance on the brand. And yeah, this is just a nice to see thing for Weibo, because like you said, on paper, this roster slaps, right? But it's been getting slapped until now. So let's see where they go. 2-0 is a good start. It effectively puts them on a clean slate moving into the second round robin, right? They are at effectively 0-0 again because they've 2-2. It's going to be about, placement, who specifically they beat, making sure that they actually get over that line to be in that top 3 out of the 5 in the group.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun to see. I think Group D has a lot of ways that it can go very chaotic, but that's where I want to turn the attention to anyone's legend. They had been at the top of that Group D they falter a little bit. We came into this series saying, oh, their drafting has been really good. We've seen some great strengths from them. You can draft well, but the execution has to be on point. I think we saw a very different style from Krakow tonight. I think there wasn't as much of the clean execution that we've seen it bump up, at least in some of the past series itself. But maybe this is one of those series where we finally saw AL tested against drafts that are also very, very clean from Weibo.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair sentiment to kind of walk into, right? Like, at the end of the day, AL haven't really been overly tested so far, right? The NIP series was, I mean, by the result, eventually kind of a bit more of a walkover. Yeah, like it was interesting, right? You can't take that away from them. But again, like you said, no team until now has really kind of come into it like Weibo have with, again, AP jungle, everything else is AD, no major curveballs, and AL weren't really prepped for it. It seemed like, I'm not going to say they defaulted in that second game, but they looked for something to try and make the game messy in the Viego, but they didn't dot their I's, they didn't cross their T's. I think allowing Braum to go through when you see Ashe is also a little bit iffy, but look,
I think draft 2 comes into question for sure.
Yeah, I think draft 2 for sure, like, definitely comes into question. Especially when it's not like we don't know Krakow can't play things like Lilia. He hasn't shown it so far this split, but we know he's got AP junglers in his locker. It's not like everything was removed off the table, right? So, yeah, we'll probably just see a back to the drawing board for AL. They're likely still going to look quite strong for the remainder of this group because, again, on an identity level, they look fantastic. But again, just kind of outdone by Weibo today. That's the fact. That's just the fact.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for our post-game breakdown here as we speak about it. But I guess that's where, like, the conversation of Group D becomes that more interesting because you have NIP, who has very interesting styles, very interesting drafts. Ultra Prime, who has all of a sudden found some resurgences. The Yone has been coming in clutch there for Uikai as well. And I think the mid lane, it feels like, has decided a lot of what Group D looks like, even if we have a lot of very potent junglers in this in this group. But like tonight, where Shanks was unfortunately having some really rough games, if he had an impact in some way, upsetting Xiaohu's laning phase, upsetting Xiaohu's mobility, that can make a difference. So maybe anyone's legend trying to focus around drafts that can enable Shanks a little bit more, because he has been a strong strength, at least in the past, especially when he was on WE.
Yeah, no, I agree, right? I feel like when you think about WE as the franchise team, the franchise player was Shanks, and a lot of the success they found was building around Shanks. Now, obviously, this Anyone's Legend lineup is a little bit different. They've got, the Korean jungle support duo. They've got Hope as this very long time standing player as well. It feels like there's a lot more, and let's not forget Arlo, of course. So there's a lot more of a roundedness to kind of focus on if you are Anyone's Legend. So I feel like for Shanks, this might be that time where in a roster like this, he might have to take a step back, and I know it might be a bit difficult as a young player, and maybe I'm putting words, in the guy's mouth and thoughts out there that aren't really his. But again, from his perspective, maybe it's time to go, all right, I've historically had to be the carry for a lot of my teams and the iterations of those WE rosters. Maybe this is where, oh my god, Arla 2000.
Yeah.
How miserable is that lane matchup? Anyway, it's one of the times where Shanks maybe has to kind of find a middle ground of like utility, but like kind of damage champions. Hui, I think, fits a very good mold for Shanks, right? Where Hui really can be a carry, but the utility of his kit really can carry through. And that's kind of what he's looking to do, is facilitate the members around him, because whether Shanks likes it or not, he is surrounded by a lot of veterans, right? He's surrounded by a lot of players who have very long histories at incredible heights. So we'll see, again, how this AL lineup continues to develop. As some highlights of this game, I mean, again, complete whitewash start to finish for Weibo. It's one of those games where you wonder, where could have things gone differently? They could have ended up with a near perfect game. It was that kind of lopsided.
And Light had an incredible series itself. Varus was absolutely dominant in his hands, has been. as well, but it was really nice to see the Ashe not only have strength, gain priority with the Braum and bot side, but he was setting up a lot of the vision that Tarzan was able to play around as well. The Enchanted Crystal Arrows were really big, and he's not only the big hyper carry, but he has found that versatility to have more utility in his role. Yeah,
absolutely. And it's something
and
that Weibo...
Skarner.
Skarner is Skarner, right? But, like, you know, I think Weibo have always been able to rely on Light to a point, right? Like, Light has always been up there as one of the stronger ADs amongst, like, the true namestays, your rulers, your Jackie Bombs, etc.
They had to put this one in there, didn't they?
They had to. But Light has always been on that fringe, right? For the last year or more. And yeah, right now, Weibo, this series is anything to go by. Something they can look towards is like, hey, Light, we need you on Poke Varus this game. Hey, Light, we might need you on Senna. We might need you on Ashe. Yeah. Or Light, hey, we need you on a Jinx. We need you on a Lucian. Whatever it ends up being, they know that they can rely on him. Yeah, Weibo, again, happy to see them look so good.
And I don't think that it's shown necessarily in this series, but Krako and Kyle have been the brightest points, I feel like, of AEL. I think Allah has had his moments, right? I think Hope has had his moments, Shanks himself, but I think the versatility in the picks and things that we saw from them, not only this split, but also last split majorly, they were bringing a lot of different styles in. And I want to see them kind of shore themselves up. I think this game maybe rocked them a little bit. But I was so happy to see so many 50-50s in the jungle, just to see who's able to flex their muscles a little bit more. Obviously, Tarzan coming out clutch a lot. But Crisp is the one that ends up getting the MVP.
I mean, sure. I have no issues with it. I don't really have much comment here. He played a Braum game into Nautilus, and no one else could really walk up and kill him. So he kind of just got to right-click people, set up his passive, and do his thing. And yeah, I mean, Crisp, strong performance overall. No qualms on my end. I always like to... With MVPs in LPL, I always just kind of sit there and look at them and go, how well deserved is this MVP ring? Because we've seen so many Buki MVPs over the years that it feels like we'll be so confident that MVP is one player, and then it's like, well, actually, no.
And we get no say, so it's just guess.
We get no say, exactly. It's just a complete guess. So, yeah, Crisp did a fantastic job, but I think it was also set up for success through draft, through era of anyone's legend as well. Allowing that Braum to go through, I think, was a huge misstep.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to go to 3 games for this one. I was hoping for a 6-game night to change the pace a little bit in the LPL, but that is our first series done and dusted. 2-0 from Weibo. A little bit shocking if you think about what's happened so far in the split, but Weibo fans will be rejoicing. Next, we have another top-of-the-table bout, but this time it's going to be in Group B. We got Team WE taking on BLG. Both 2-0 so far. We'll see who comes out on top. We'll be back.
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy
Welcome back to LPL Summer, and we are now jet-setting ourselves over to beautiful Xi'an, where Summer Finals 2023 took place. What a beautiful city, what a beautiful time, and a series that should match the location. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Jamada. It's going to be a fun one. We got WE versus BLG in our second best of 3 of the night.
Yeah, very exciting best of 3. Both these teams are 2-0 in their group. This is kind of for the temporary all the marbles, right? Because at the end of the day, you make it 3-0 in the 4-team group, the likelihood that you go through is pretty damn high, especially when you kind of peek over and see, like, you know, RNG and LGD have already both lost to these teams, otherwise these two would be 2-0. So yeah, like, making it to 3 puts you at a 2-win advantage over RNG or LGD. The likelihood that you're probably going to beat them again, if you've done it once, probably pretty high. When
That's
it was
what's
as
cool
comfortable
about
as it was
second
for both
round
these
round.
teams.
Maybe
So,
not.
Yeah,
Just saying.
maybe not. Who knows? But again, it's kind of that comfortability of knowing, all right, not that we want to take our foot off the gas, but if we want to get maybe a little bit more creative as we go on to those final sets of series, we can, right? Seeding-ish important, but not necessarily the most. There's WE lineup: Wayward, Hung, Fofo, LP, and Mark. We were talking just before we came off air about this roster, this lineup in particular. Fofo really had a massive step up, but in general, a lot of these pieces moving around him, coming off the back of very interesting stories, a lot of them.
Yeah, it's going to be curious as well. Just a little highlight to what you were kind of mentioning earlier was they both beat LGD and RNG, both 2-0s, both in the same order. So it's really interesting, the journey that we've gotten to this point. But I think that WE roster has a lot going for it, especially when you're looking at least around the fact that we've seen a little bit more facilitation towards Fofo and the strength in mid lane. But there's some strength on this BLG roster too. It may be the Shun and Elk show so far here in summer with a lot of strength going their way, but this roster can fight at every corner.
Yeah, and we know that. We've seen it here domestically, we've seen it internationally. This is a damn good roster, right? No one's going to contest that. BLG have been on fire for a long time, and they're not looking to stop anytime soon. They can take this series here against WE in their home arena, no less. Shit, of course, right? It really will set them up for a very successful looking second round robin, moving into the next phase of the LPL as well.
I think another little cool thing, I know it's just me that maybe thinks this is cool. Since we've changed formats, they technically are like always going to hold the record in the old format of most wins, right? They broke records back-to-back in spring and summer of last year, so it's going to be, or at least this last split as well. But it's going to be fun. I am curious to see what style we got out of this one, because I think the biggest conversation between these two teams is the jungle matchup. I know we get that a lot here in the LPL, but it's two different styles to some extent. We've seen Hung play the aggressive styles, we've seen him play the Nidalees, but it's also been a lot more about the facilitation jungle, the team fight jungle setup there for Hung around Fofo, whereas BLG, they're just giving Shun the sticks and saying, go have fun.
Yeah, pretty much, right? It's a very interesting dynamic, because I think that Hung is probably capable enough to pilot, you know, these AP threat like junglers, but it's not. We haven't really seen him do it too many times, because the guy has predominantly been kind of, since he's been in the LPL, it's been very much or in the recent history rather, it's been very much a like Maokai, Vi, Sejuani, Jarvan, like it's been a long time basically what I'm getting at, since we had a carry jungle now. And I feel like for a roster like what W are running, we're probably going to remain seeing Hung on those more facilitated picks, unless there is some kind of game plan, which means we need to see him on these, you know, these high classes, these fast clearers, to really go toe to toe with the enemy jungle, and Shun could be one of those players.
That being said, even if Shun takes a lot of the more proactive stances, it feels like Elk has still consistently been one of, if not the strongest ADC we have in the LPL. It's been really fun to watch him work with the meta we've had. He's played the Senna, he's played the Ziggs, he's played the Ashe, he's played the Varus. It's been really cool to see them pick apart the bot lane meta and use On as kind of leverage board for this carry style. And I think tonight, LP and Mark gonna have a little bit of their work cut out for them, but LP has been a rising prospect in the LPL, which is always fun.
Yeah, it definitely is. It feels like there's always, a good handful of players who have been on the up, and I feel like for LP, definitely could have, a lot to say in this bottom side matchup. He was on LNG for a very, very long time, a good 3-ish years or so, bouncing between LNG and the academy. And of course, the RNG splits were the RNG splits, right? A lot was going on the RNG over the last 12 months or so. But it really feels like, for the time being, he has found his home on this WE roster. He's been looking really, really good.
Yeah, WE obviously switching out their bot side with LP and Mark coming in over the summer split. There's Mark himself, obviously off of top esports fame, but really trying to find a home of his own. It feels like the LNG stint was not the greatest thing to write home about here, but I think this roster has a lot going for it. Again, we've seen a lot of the cohesive style for WE. I'm always curious what Wayward's going to be bringing to the table. Feels like he was the one that bring out the Maokai, or not Maokai rather, the Mordekaiser. And we'll see if that pick is going to remain a big focus, especially with the Skarner still very triumphantly strong. But we are going to be getting into game number 1 soon. We saw 2-0 in our first one. Some very, very dominant games, but I expect this one to be a little bit more tight-knit and have a little bit more fun with it, for sure.
Yeah, I expect a lot more back and forth, kind of akin to what we saw in the game 1 of the Weibo Anyone's Legend series, where it really felt like it could have swung either way. But I will certainly say I feel like if BLG specifically get a strong grasp on an early game, right, they acquire a 2, maybe 3,000 gold lead, they will really start to run away with it. I think there's one thing normally, and I know there will be some people that kind of go, ugh, when I say this. BLG normally okay at closing out their beats. They had a bit. They had a bit. I know. Look, we watched the LGD series. Look, we watched the LGD series. We saw what happened. But when push comes to shove, BLG will get the result, right? It's not gonna be the journey might be a bit fishy.
I see.
All right,
That's
the journey might be a bit fishy, but it feels like if they pull ahead, even if things get a little bit messy, they get the victory, right? And at the end of the day, right, it doesn't matter how you got there. What matters really is whether or not you blow up the enemy nexus. And I feel like BLG are really good at blowing up the enemy nexus quite consistently. But yeah, look, jokes aside, I feel like, WE are really going to have to pay heavy mind to Shun in this early game, because I think that's where a lot of the attention will come from BLG in accruing these early leads, which then of course puts a little bit of pressure onto the side of Hung, and a little bit on Fofo as well as the mid laner to ensure that they can build a foundation on the map and then look to try and slow down BLG's play and take control of the tempo of the match.
I'm always a vibes guy. I know BLG always have the vibes, no matter what. I love to see Wayward typing. I don't know who he was typing to or what he was typing or if he was even typing, but it looked like he was typing and they were laughing. And I'm always happy to see that kind of stuff, because I think that's also an important factor here, that we've seen WE kind of come together to some extent. I think in the past, maybe it feels like a bunch of pieces to a puzzle that don't necessarily fit together, especially when Hope was on there. We saw an incredible dominant stretch from this team and then an absolute fall off as well on that original roster. So I'm very curious now to see what this LP Mark iteration of the bot lane for WE continues to grow into, because we have seen Mark be some of the best support players we have in the LPL, especially around engages and things like that. But we'll be getting into it hopefully very, very soon. I think this support matchup will have a very strong undercurrent of how this series plays out. Yeah,
certainly. There's whether or not, I'm gonna make the pun, everyone does it a million
okay,
times.
we're ready for it.
Whether or not on is switched on or off in this series is gonna have, I know, is gonna have a very big, sway on how BLG feel in these early games as well. Like we mentioned Shun, yes, but you know, On as a playmaker, getting out onto the map, it's kind of been his thing. You mentioned as well kind of how it feels like Elk can be very self-sufficient as a player to enable that playstyle to occur. That first step of Elk, you know, doing that will almost certainly always be there. Whether or not On actually has the angles to, you know, traverse the map and maybe sync up with Shun to make, you know, some of these invades happen is going to be the next question. And that's really what's going to be on my mind in this support matchup. First move, first roam. You know, the kind of picks overall that these guys are going to be landed on. As I'm hoping we shall be approaching draft. Does the lights dim?
I think a very curious point as well is to kind of see the pick potential that BLG are always flouting. They always have a lot of versatility in the picks that they bring. We've seen the TF, the Kennen, the Camille, things like that for Ben. Right now, it's just the first pick for Stana as it's let through. They have some big bans off the table as that Nidalee, Jackson, Ash by WE on blue side. It is the Draven, Rumble, Maokai banned by BLG, so some research definitely going into that one.
Yeah, a fair bit going into it. And how will BLG respond? Will they handshake the Corki? It's, you know, certainly a matchup I feel like is a little bit more Tristana favored, but at the end of the day, Corki still does Corki things. Hovering over the Jace, and they will land on it. Alright, so certainly not something that we've seen too much of so far, this Summer Split, the Jace. But of course, a bit of a nice special, to say the least. Whether or not they pair this up with, you know, a Karthus or a Brand, yet to be seen. But for now, thinking about this Kalista pick, and again, it would set up for a very strong kind of like set of AD champions that are both very powerful in poke variations, but also, of course, in the Kalista's case, if the on-hit looks favorable, can certainly do it. But with that rotation, I always forget about it because I feel like in my head mentally it's just permaban. The Skarner does
has
go
to be
through,
a bait.
and there's the Zig. It has to be a bait, right? Are they just going towards the Mordekaiser on 3?
You have to have an answer.
But even if you go more, the problem is there's no locked-in jungle, so they could just move the Skarner to Hung, right? So what is the feeling here? I guess you just take AP jungle and feel alright about it, right? I don't know.
I like it. I'm here for it.
I'm not sold because the big issue is now Wayward, if they really want, they could just move Skarner into the jungle, and I don't feel like there's an issue with that. You've got an AP source, you've got a DPS source, right? It's 2 demolitionists as well. Skarner is a fantastic ganker regardless of whether or not he's on top lane economy or not. I'm very apprehensive about this Mordekaiser lock-in, I will say, but there is still, you know, a lot of playmaking opportunity with it. In the team fights, regardless, it's still going to remove Skarner from the team fights, right? And it's going to fulfill its job. Let's see exactly where BLG and WE go in these second bans. As already a Leona remove away, Leona plus the Ziggs, very tested and true combination in that Lilia as well, removed away. Still thinking that an AP jungle option is going to come out here for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I think that is the idea, at least at this point. Some engage tools being taken away right now from WE. See if they want to continue that with maybe a Nautilus ban or something along those lines here. It is going to be the Nautilus because that Ziggs Nautilus combo is deadly. As we'll see if continued focus towards like maybe the Kindreds, things like that for WE.
I wonder what this is spelling out here for BLG. Is it something like Renata? Right? You found a way to engage. Obviously, Renata does fine into those champions, but it's more about like those double engage like bans kind of signals to me they want a range support or not, but I could be reading into it slightly incorrectly. Let's see what they want. There's the AP jungle, of course. W removed away both the Lilia and the Karthus, so Brand is the other of that trifecta of the AP champions in the meta right now. So that will set up the top jungle. Support still left till R5.
Ooh,
for
I like it.
Zyra. Okay.
Let's go. Okay, so Hung gonna be whipping out the Zyra literally with the whips as the jungle matchup here.
Okay. Mind it. Oh, we've seen a lot of Zyra pop up here and there. It's looked very, very strong, especially it's a dive. Of course. So let's see how Hung pilots that as R5. What will On have for us into this Realm matchup? A lot of options, to be fair. I feel like Alistar probably okay, but into the rest of the comp, it feels kind of bad. Rakan is okay. You definitely need engage, but it needs to be touch and go engage. Yeah, Camille support bad. It's going to be decent lane. And
Mordekaiser's support.
But like we spoke about on like getting onto the map, having impact onto other lanes.
Yeah.
Camille is the perfect kind of support for that, right? So that's what I'm kind of looking towards for On and Shun, to kind of try and find some sync up timers and really impact the rest of the map. But yeah, BLG coming out with a couple of very interesting picks. The Mordekaiser into what could have been a potential flex away of that Skarner WE handshaking that matchup. We're going to see the Zyra jungle, Knight on his Jace. It's been a long time, I feel, since I've seen him on that. I think it was MSI finals. Beyond that, though, it's been a while. And it's a very much signature pick for him. Let's see how he cracks on in this matchup here against WE.
It's also been a pick that's been traditionally pretty back and forth with the Tristana matchup, at least when we saw it last year. Knight also has taken a little bit of a backseat over his MVP split in spring. Fofo himself being the main standing member and carry of WE so far in a lot of their games. But here we have it. It is a battle of the top of Group B. We are cresting over the halfway point in our double round robin format here for the first phase. And it has been dominant 2-0s by both of these teams so far in the same path. RNG, then LGD. Now they face each other. Who is going to take the top of Group B here? We're going to kick it off with the first game of a best of 3. We got all the focus on the jungle. It's all about Hung and Shun. Let's hear those Jaios and Xian.
复仇已在手中。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
They're very quiet, but they're there.
Very quiet.
I can feel it. I wish. It'd be cool. I think there's something else that has been a little bit more sporadic than maybe the first couple weeks, or at least the first week of LPL, and it has been the level 1s. We did see a return to it last game, and a little bit of deep vision being gained by BLG here early.
Yep. Seeing if they can find
double Halo Blades.
Any cheeky angles here. Double Halo Blades. Trying to fish out where exactly Hung's starting. And I think with this information, they should get an idea that Hung is starting on this blue buff. And they are actually looking for this late invade. And they should have it. Now, what this does do is it interrupts Zyra's farming pattern. Zyra has a ridiculously fast first clear. You know, I'm sure you've seen some timers of some of the pro players that have come in and played it so far. But you can get like a sub 250 and very, very ridiculously fast full clears. We spoke about Karthus having tempo. Like if Karthus is the tempo king of the jungle, then right now Zyra holds that title for the time being. But we'll just go over to the red buff of Shun as Shun gets the full bot side. But you have to remember, this is Kalista Camille, double Halo Blades with Brand set up on the bottom side. So this is a very scary moment for WE as a
Blades.
There's that Halo Blades, the poke. Yeah, it's very, very potent. Now Shun does have to get a majority of this camp to hit 3, which is obviously very important because he needs 3 to proc his passive. Elk is stacking up the wave.
On is doing such a good bodyguard job right now, though. It didn't get it. As, I think a little bit of miscommunication there. On just going to take a little bit of damage on the back end. Get a little bit of gold for himself, though. But this is the kind of stuff you want to see, right? Because you're getting LP out of lane. You're getting a massive advantage for Elk and On to play around. And you're kind of just hoping Ben can hold out up here.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, though. That kind of sucks for Shun because his final quadrant's going to be quite slow, or at least taking that Gromp. I mean, it's not, you know, it's incremental at the end of the day, but Hung going to have a little bit more time on the map, perhaps, to guard a potential play from Shun. There's no dive. Like, it felt like BLG were trying to set up a level 3 dive, right, on that bottom side tower. Being able to pull that off does feel a little bit bad. Elk is level 4 because of all this. On is still level 1. He had to go back to base after all of the shenanigans. So Elk has basically been solo leveling for now.
Hey, no, that's an anime, alright?
That is
playing League of Legends right now.
Which I've heard is really good. And I apparently need to tap in, according to friends and family. So
That's how you know you're a true lover of anime, when your friends and family are the ones recommending it. Mostly your family, I guess, in that instance.
yeah. I am a big weeb.
Okay. So I want to ask the question then really quick. If you stay proactive as Shun, do you get the upper hand over the Zyra, who kind of is in a boat of Karthus where you kind of just want to be left alone until you farm up enough?
I mean, the thing with Zyra is she's not per se in the exact same vein as Karthus, where you would ideally like to just cycle your camps off cooldown. Because Zyra does have pretty decent like setup, right? But she's a bit of a middle ground. She's kind of I want to say a weaker Brand, but she's got a faster clear than Brand, but kind of fulfills a similar role as a WE. Ooh, well, they're in trouble.
That'll do it.
Well, yeah, that will do it. Here's Shun.
Shun flashes.
Oh!
He gets it. First blood for the man himself.
Here you go. A little bit of gold is going to kick things off for him. Let's see how well he uses that. Should be Fated Ashes, maybe a Dark Silt on this reset as well. Boots if he's not got Cosmic Insight. He wants a Ruby Crystal. Why not a Tome? You're playing Brand, bro.
Just wants the
Strange.
health difference.
Strange. But hey, Shun off to a decent start as Bin.
Pin's got a
taking
good
advantage.
angle here, honestly. He's got Flash, maybe trying to bait it out of Wayward first and foremost, but it's a decent amount of trade back onto him. Now, we're going to take a look back at this one.
Yeah, double Halo Blades. Hook shot connects.
Shattering strike.
He did. Unfortunate for Mark. Doesn't find it, and this tactical sweep. W doesn't knock him out of the W. LP. Satchel doesn't get him out of that pillar of fight. Flame? I was going to say fire, but I think it's flame. And that E just finishes off the kill. Enough damage there, and again, Shun off to the races. Finds his kill. Let's see what you can do. It's a very frustrating composition, I feel, to be playing Brandon to a lot of range. But Leandre's into Rylai's. Once that Rylai's comes in, that's where Brand really starts to become a nuisance, right? It's all about that damage ramp off that Leandre's, but the Rylai's really brings in a massive amount of utility for the Brand as Hung. We'll take these grubs.
Little trade skis.
Dragon for grubs. Surprisingly fast grub takedown, but again, Zyra with all those jungle mods. If you're not familiar with Zyra, can chew through it quite quickly as Knight.
Go for the
rush
rocket
trade.
jump. Let's get the reset on it. Kind of getting a decent amount back on the Knight there, as we did get eventually that objective trade. Bot side still going the way of an aggressive BLG. And Shun has not left this side of the map for a long time. We will end up getting hung on this side now, though.
Yeah, we will.
Not for
Hung
long,
is down
probably.
here. Not for long. If Shun gets even a little chicken, he should tick over to level 6. He did get one, but he's quite literally 99%. The whole bar's filled up. If he did get level 6 off that, he might go soak the wave. If they want to keep on getting aggressive, it really depends on how they're feeling. They won't soak anything off mid lane wave and then rotate over to the red. They just want to keep on farming for now. That's where Brand is really scary. Right at that like level 6 mark. Their Pyroclasm comes online. That's where that playmaking potential really comes alive. But for now, again, yeah, just taking their time. No objectives on the map, right? And it's more or less looking towards Elkon on as far as the lane states are concerned, and just kind of seeing how they're finding trades onto LP, because the rest of the map is likely going to remain docile. This is the only place maybe that could throw things through a loop, but it seems like for now, Bin quite content, just sitting here, farming away. Wayward is actually up in CS, all things considered, so he's not doing too bad in this matchup.
And we're going to start getting to a point where they are actually part of the game with the rest of their teammates. So I think that's the most interesting part, and that's where Skarner really comes alive. Oh, the hook shot gets him, but not enough to want to follow up on it. Fofo's still staying real strong, and again, Fofo has been the main strength, it feels like, for WE, even with his time on multiple other teams. Last time around, spending a lot of time on EDG. It has been a nice 2024 so far for him with his new home.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Having a nice time here, that's for sure. There's a bin. How much trouble was
Stalls
he in?
impact. He didn't get him into the wall, but he has the impale. He's going
Ooh.
to go into the death realm here. See if he can buy enough time, but Hong is waiting for him right outside. Oh, I can't hit the Q. He's going to burn the flash. Nice move there, though, with the pullback, but is it going to be enough? The Strangle Thorns are going to strangle him right to death.
Quite unlucky there for Ben. He almost does make it out, but credit where credit's due. Hung hits everything he needs to. Really good play through the brush. And Ben will lose a fair chunk this wave. A plate will go over to Wayward as well. Counter matchup, not going as well as we've seen it go, but with that jungle on the top side.
Oh, welp, yet again. Yeah, we're going to get a couple
many-
shots on the Elk there.
How many times are we allowed to make the whelp joke? I'm
Over
gonna
and
stick
over and over
I'm gonna stick
again.
the shovel in the ground right now, and kind of like, you know, leave the mark of like are we
I haven't gotten
leaving
a
it
cast
like a
WE, so, you know, I get
alright,
all of
alright.
mine.
oh
He's not going to
there goes my like I reckon like 3 times a game, like
Okay.
3 tops. Like it's so funny that you can't ignore it, right? I'm not gonna sit here and
Especially
like,
when you're getting dove and you're 0-2, you know,
Yeah,
but
like-
things aren't going that well for you, you know.
Yeah. So I reckon like three times a game. We got one more left. One more in the magazine. So,
Okay.
all right. We got to make sure we use it real damn good. But
We'll see. Maybe we just blow it because it's fun. Who knows? Han, though, is out on the map. I think that's the most important thing now in the transition to kind of mid-game setup for BLG. Wayward is going to be positioning on bot side. You still have plates available on the table here, and WE going to be scooping those up. But you've got to be worried about some of the combinations that WE are going to be looking for now in mid lane.
yep, certainly.
Like this
WE,
one.
Speaking of combinations, goodbye.
He's gone.
And now be Grubs as well on the back end. So really nice from WE. Dragon spawns in 50 seconds time, so there's not even really a true cross map for BLG to take. They might just try and see what they can, you know, kind of push off here. Hung almost in an awkward position, but there's no true frontliner for BLG to walk up right now. Right, that's the issue. So they can't really stop this until On makes it back.
Wayward's on
Bin
his
was
way.
walking. Oh.
Nice little knockback there, but Fofo wants it. He's going in. They go with the Ixtal's impact onto Shun. There's the Mega Inferno bomb, but On tries to go over. Fofo's going to flash away. Now Shun is still alive, and he's got that passive taken Wayward. You're about to be a fried scorpion here, but On can't connect the damage, but guess who can? It's the golden left hand.
All right, snipe from downtown. Oh, Shun. Oh, he's gonna heal back up. Jungle in 2024, man. What a hard roll. Smile. Jokes aside, nice little pick up on the back end of that play from BLG. Does a really, really good job there, Knight. And also Shun, despite getting pinned down by the Skada, able to get so much damage out. And that was real nice for him. And all the while that was going on, Bin was down here recovering some of that gold deficit he'd found himself in. Picks up a couple of plates for his trouble. And BLG will get the second dragon. So, it's not the worst, right? And I'll always say this, Grubs are nice to get in the moment. And we've seen Grubs, you know, have a lot of success tonight. And especially when you've got Ziggs and Tristana, it's going to look great. But you have to hit the towers as a Knight. Awkward angle for him here.
Back up. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to have enough, though. Fofo doesn't want to fight it, doesn't want to go into the
rest
lack
of
of
WE
vision
here.
there. But now he has the angle. There's the flash from Knight, going to get him out. They're going to try to turn onto Hung. That was a nice double root there from the Grasping Roots. And this Zyra pick starting to come in clutch. I think we've seen some seriously strong Stranglethorns so far.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's a fair few...
Gonna need to pop it here probably if they want to go for it. Okay, they're
Yeah.
not going to go any further.
Didn't get clipped by the Seer there, Mark. But again, like, it's a medium to short range composition
It's kind of complicated.
from kind of, I mean, we are in a competition, but from BLG, right? So there is a lot of value here innately from this Zyra. Should be pretty easy to get a majority of the damage out. Knight able to reposition because of the knockback, but Shun gets caught out. But the damage just isn't really there. There's
It's
no
just
burst
Mark
damage.
and him and Wayward.
Yeah, it's just Wayward and Mark, right? And a lot of damage bounces back out, and of course again, T-Tors. Really good snipe. Just confirm that kill on the trade out, and it gets them the grab as well. So really good job again just defending against that little bit of aggression. WE over, I wouldn't say eager, but overestimating the amount of damage they had at their disposal there. Trying to find the jungle of BLG.
I'm glad BLG you're trying to take advantage of the opportunity, if you know what I know. And then now you got Fofo trying to take advantage of his opportunity. They're going to TP. Look at the rest of BLG. They are completely collapsing. Fofo and Mark just overextended themselves here. There's the Realm of Death on a Fofo, and he's going to try to rocket jump out, but the flash from Bin ends up getting the obliterate, and he will be sent to the Shadow Realm. That is a top tower down by BLG.
Yeah, Q flash from Bin there in the Death Realm. It looked a little bit janky because of the ult particles. I was like, oh my god, is he even going to hit him with the flash? But he does. Secures that kill onto Fofo. They get the tower. It's a 1-for-1 tower trade across the map. But BLG, of course, finding the kill. And more crucially, finding this Herald. Give them the opportunity to potentially knock down this mid-tier 1. If not entirely, then getting that chunk out, right, is the important thing. So again, BLG making those plays proactively on around the map. And Bin does a good job at turning around the play.
The Jace actually turning out to be a really good answer into the Tristana here in this split. It has been a good answer before. We saw it consistently picked in the LPL, but really liking the long distance damage against this composition for WE, and Knight actually having the opportunity to shine that maybe hasn't been the most active in so far in summer after his MVP in spring. But it is still a composition from WE that looks ridiculously strong if they can get the momentum in a team fight and have Wayward in a good position.
Yeah, it's that side laning you're looking for really from the Tristana. 2 items, however, already on board for Knight between the Muramana and the opportunity. He is in a very, very strong spot right now. 100 more stacks until his tier is fully transformed into that Muramana. Help.
Oh no. The fact that you can hookshot on a non-existent wall right there is actually insane to me. Doesn't end up getting hit back a little bit. But that's a big pick.
Good pick from BLG. It should enable them like to freely get this tower, right? They can set up vision on the bottom side, and that's really the play. Ensuring that they can actually get Dragon Vision. But yeah, the hook shot, like it's such a strange, like, you know, we talk about Nautilus and how, you know, that lollipop's really hot. Like, it's just, Camille E just does the same thing with
it's
terrain.
just like a rectangle.
Yeah, it is very strange.
Yeah, see, even the dog agrees.
He does agree. He's trying to get into my little studio as well.
I
But
hear
yeah,
you
he
yelling
knows
at
Camille.
video games.
I hear you yelling at video games. I want to be a part of the fun. But yeah, this should be BLG having a really good setup as well for this third dragon.
I think they have really, really good setup for it too, in the way that they. Oh. Okay, gets out with the hook shot. Okay, this calls impact into the wall here. Will stun him up. Hung wants to get the distance, but Fate's call pulled. That'll be a big ulti not available. Now Knight in the 1v1 against Fofo. I don't think he's got the damage. The sustain for the Tristana is big, and a solo kill for WE's Fofo.
All right, Fofo finds his timing there. Picks off Knight. What will they be able to
the
get
flash
for
from
it? Because,
Hung.
very, very close. Is on. This feels audacious, but it seems like WE... No, no, they wanted
it definitely was. He's gonna flash out there though.
All right.
You do have the Stranglethorn.
Oh.
Oh, the bouncing grenade. Love it. Love to see it.
All right. Well, again, you know, Dragon there will now go over to WE. A couple of individual errors. I'll look at on and just smile. But of course, you know, Fofo finding that solo kill on tonight. Big deal, would have set things in favor of WE regardless. But the sequence that followed, just making it a bit more one-sided. Let's get a replay. Yeah, Knight.
He had used this combo right before he jumped in.
It's a vision thing, you know, where I'm sure if you look at that from the POV of Knight, as he uses that Q, that's when Fofo shows up on his screen. Unfortunate timing. Speaking of unfortunate timing,
On is just going so ham right now under a turret. He's gonna sacrifice his life, giving 300 gold to Hung. The Riptail's gonna be used in mid lane. Doesn't need it for the outer tower. They're gonna try to keep it from hitting the tier 2. Should be just fine in doing that, even though Pyroclasm is available for Chun. They're not gonna push any further. And that Rift Herald not really used.
to the fullest of potential. They do get that tier 1, and I've got to say, Is there all chatting going on? Did LP say something to On? What? What is the...
What is that hook shot, bro? What?
Okay, wait. Wait. In the game's defense, you can still, like, move after you cast the initial hook shot.
Yeah.
So,
just
you know,
looks
he's
so
walking
funny.
backwards. It looks really goofy, though. Like, yeah. It is... Yeah, again, though, going back to it, why does On hate LP?
Because he's the only person he can kill.
I guess so, but at the end of the day, he is throwing his, air quotes, life away, but you have to remember, the wave clear predominantly comes from the Ziggs, so if Ziggs isn't allowed to exist, it does really trim down a lot of the power of WE in the sense of trying to stall out to allow Fofo to have pressure on that side lane, so I like the ideas regardless, right? It's definitely a little bit hectic, to say the least, but it's getting the job done, right? That tier 1 fell because of that play.
We are also getting second items for majority here, at least. We had the Navori Flicker Blade completed for Fofo there in the mid lane. More importantly so, though, I'm looking at those second item spikes for the junglers, respectively. Hung looks like he's getting ready to start up that 20-minute Baron that we've seen the Zyra do before here. And it looks like that was going to be the play, but with that vision, BLG will pull them off of it.
It happened the other day. BLG more than aware, right? They don't let the 20-minute mark go over their head. They will find out about this. But again, it's still a fast Baron regardless, right? So,
On! He finds Hung. He's going to get the Fate's call out, though. Mega Inferno Bomb used, too. That's a big ultimate, as well as the Impale.
Yeah,
BLG.
it got the Flash of Elk. It got the Flash of Elk and Shun, so it's actually not a terrible trade at all. Very dicey though, Marcel. WE were really posturing heavily.
Skarner's getting
ultimates
kind
being
of
charged.
scary. Not going to lie.
He is.
Squidward's looking real strong. He's got 8 legs. 9?
8 legs? Well, a squid has
8.
I know we're talking about wayward.
Well, I guess Octopus.
Hung.
Hung is
Goodbye,
just
mate.
gone. Now Shun is gone too. Trade for the junglers here. On is about
Now
to join
On
him though.
is-
Bin is coming in though, and now you got that distance covered by BLG, claiming Wayward's life. So it is a 1 for 2 in favor of BLG.
BLG get the 1 for 2. Jungler's both dead though, so there's not going to be a Baron takedown attempt. All is well and good. This is a scrappy game. And you remember earlier on, before we got into draft, when I was like, you know, when BLG normally have a lead, like the Nexus on the other end normally blows up, but like it might be a bit. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? At the moment, it's not the cleanest League of Legends that we've seen come out of BLG in recent history.
I love that we're just trading bodies in this game. So we're like, On is trading for LP. We got Shun trading for Hung. Like, why not? Just throw your bodies at them. See what happens.
That's why we love the LPL, man. It's
Exactly.
what they do. It's their game, you know?
But now I want to talk about animals because we got to have like a little moment about the
right.
squids. So squids technically have 8 arms. I just want you to know that.
Okay.
But the technicality is they also have 2 tentacles. But they're not arms. They're not arms. So and then a spider, a scorpion, they have 8 arms. I don't know, man. It all works out together.
Look,
Squidward,
I'm gonna
connecting the
trust I'm gonna trust the zoologist on this one, and just let it go. I didn't know there was a difference there between like. Okay. And if I'm being honest, I just thought
Not
Squid
familiar
had
with
8
the game.
tentacles. No, I wasn't familiar with the game, bro. My fault. My bad.
To be fair, it's very niche, so I don't blame you. You know, just saying.
no.
I do want to point out, though, we do have that Void Staff completed second item for LP. Going to be a little bit more strength given to it, but you're really going to want that third item for it to tick over the extra damage there. It is the Baron, started up by WE, just preemptively here to force BLG's hand.
For something. Oh, Shun. A little bit of damage found onto Wayward. Not bad at all. But yeah, BLG, they do want this third dragon, but they also know how fast this Baron can go down. He's
going in, dodging out of everything there and getting the pullback. This is the kind of fight BLG wanted. Here comes LP though with the Mega Inferno Bomb, gonna miss it on everyone. BLG using a lot of the tools from WE to take an advantage. They do end up getting the 1, and honestly, that's what we've seen the last 3 engagements. They come away with 1 or 2, and they back away.
Yeah, get one, get two, leave, take whatever makes the most sense on the map off the back of that plate. In this case, it'll be this dragon. Cloud Dragon. I was going to say Chemtech because it was green, but of course Brand spells turn it green. So, third Cloud. Look good on BLG. Be one away from that soul, which in a game like this, honestly, the kiting power of some of these ultimates is going to feel really good for some of these champions. And On
has been MVP so far.
He has. Like, we can make jokes about some of the questionable map movements he has decided to entail himself upon, but his engages have been nothing short of stellar.
Yeah.
He's constantly been finding LP specifically, but in that play, finding Hong. It's been making W's life really hard.
The Fate's Call combo has just been really, really strong with him. He goes in, gets more than half his health blown up, but you can't kill him because Elk is right there behind him. Another thing, there's been about a little bit of a story being told in Knight's inventory. We'll get to that here soon. Wayward's going to hit that Excel's impact on the Shun, pull him back, misses the impale though, and Fofo's already half health from that pyroclasm. You got Knight joining into Wayward's kill here, fried up again. Elk gets that one. Here comes Ben over the top rope, going to miss the flash play there as Fofo did end up burning his. Stranglethorn buying a lot of time in the choke here as the satchel charge pushes BLG back.
Yeah, a lot of terrain control there. Ultimate from the Zyra. Charges on the floor, but BLG. Baron, it just surely has to be on the card. Shun's a bit too chunked. Knight's a bit too chunked. They don't want to flip it. Ben, of course, has the ultimate. Yeah, a little bit of respect, but kind of always have to remember when Mordekaiser's in the game, no smite is really a 50-50.
True. Very true.
All Mordekaiser has to do is be in range.
So, go back to the story I was telling with the inventory of Knight. BLG took an opportunity, and Knight took his opportunity as well. Then it developed into some hubris, and now he's sitting at 17 stacks. No big deal. It's just poetry. Yeah. Should make that into like a haiku or something.
I'll figure it out. I've got
okay, cool. It's all about syllables, It's all about syllables.
7-line stanza coming right up. Bro.
Okay.
I got you. But for now, BLG finding a little bit of peace in this stand on.
Nope. Yeah, you lied. You're straight lying right now to the audience.
Right.
But BG again, they just pull the Fate's Call and nothing is done. On can play with his life so flippantly. It's insane.
Do you know what this feels like? Do you know? Now, I'm not calling on a child when I say it, but you know when you see those parents with, like, the child leashes? This is what this feels like.
Are you saying that Elk has on a child leash? Is that what you're telling me right now? Is that what you're trying to sell me?
On is playing like a psychopath, man. And
I know what I'm doing after this game. I'm making a graphic that's literally on a leash with Elk. That's just what's gonna happen as we get ready for game 2. But
it feels like every single time On goes in, Elk has to just be there to like smack him on the wrists. No, On, stop.
Or is
like,
it? I think it's all part of the play. They're in it together. It's like
it has to be. No.
Elk is just 3 kids in a trench coat, and On is just the one kid.
Oh, it's too good. It's very, very funny. But look, at the end of the day, that is obviously a core strength of Kalista. It's just really funny when we see On play as aggressively as he is and, looking for these plays so frequently. And they're very clearly, they're working, but when they don't work, they're being saved by a particular button press of Elk. And that is the real highlight there. Dragon is 90 seconds away. BLG have played a relatively slow game since that last dragon was picked up, with the exception of On. Continually fishing. I anticipate they just want to play for Soul, but again, they always have to be cautious of whether or not Baron just kind of gets burned out, right? Gets very quickly sniped down by Hung, by Fofo. Always very, very cautious about that play.
Hung's going to be doing a lot of damage now as well. Just kind of under the radar, it feels like, both him and Shun. Biggest contest will be about Elk and LP's positionings in these fights, and especially if On can find either Fofo or LP in a lot of those moments. Now, Baron is up. There is the possibility to burn it. We have the Dragon coming up as well, so we're looking at what pressure teams want to put around these. We obviously know the Zyre wants to position around this Baron. They can do it so quickly, and here it goes. The burn central. Now we have Zanya's just completed for Ben. He has TP to come out. WE realized they're too low on health bars here, but maybe going on to Elk, who's going to burn his flash. That's not going to be enough just yet.
Not just yet, but Flashless Elk is a very vulnerable target whilst he doesn't have that Edge of Night up. Have to continue to see whether someone can poke that Edge of Night shield off once it comes back up, and whether or not a flash angle can be found by Wayward, by Hung. Yeah, they want to. There's not a lot of vision right now for BLG in this river. Very difficult to walk into. Shun.
Oh, Wayward, he's got it onto Shun. Fofo's going to go in. BLG are trying to collapse over here. It might be too late, though. Fofo now down. He doesn't have the resets. The damage is gone. On is over onto LP. The rest of the carries of BLG are trying to keep their distance here. On goes back in on a mark. LP's still alive, though. Wayward is tanking up a storm here, but he finally goes down. The health bars might be low, but BLG are always sticking with it. And that's mid lane push coming out next.
Oh, it's so close to being such a strong fight for WE to potentially turn the game around, but BLG just winning on multiple fronts, all of these small micro interactions. The fight was so scattered, Mazel, on about 3 fronts. But they're going to get the Dragon off the back of it, and that will be Cloud Soul. Pings on to this Baron right now. Can they sneak this off tempo? I mean, On is walking up to the Baron right now. I hope we get a picture-in-picture as we start to look at this replay. Bin snatches Wayward off of Shun. Shun drops his whole combo here onto Fofo, and I think a shock blast off the side from Knight is what starts that fight. Then On's on top of the LP. Bin is pushing Hung back out of the fight. He's able to find Mark. On the bottom side, we saw Elk and Knight both severely chunked out. I want to say it was by a little bit of LP's combo. As we come out of the replay,
for sure.
The Baron was not taken. But that is Cloud Soul now, successfully in the pocket of BLG. But again, this Baron dance is very intricate, and it's on a bit of a knife's edge, to say the least. BLG know they can't give WE any time.
I just feel like if WE fight together, it's much different. But they got outpositioned in that last fight, and it's been like that a couple fights now in a row, where they're just kind of getting collapsed on multiple different angles. But this composition feels so strong if you can try to take a front to back to some extent, with Wayward tanking up, Mark tanking up. But it has been about the approaches, and BLG have been so fluid in their engagements.
They've been continuous with it. And a lot of it has to do with that man on the top of your screen, On. He's been fishing time and time again. If he feels like he's got an angle, he will look for it. And unfortunately for WE, if if Elk's in the area, he kind of gets a bit of a redo button. So there's not much they can really do about it. They've got mid lane prio right now. Fofo is pushed in. BLG are themselves a little bit split up. They get this tower. This is really awkward for WE. They have to do something. They have to pull the trigger somewhere.
If the Grasping Roots had connected there, that's a go-in button for WE, but they didn't, and now they're in a lot of trouble trying to find a way in. Wayward looking over with the Ixtal's impact, going to try to go through the wall, but can't do it. Another shield will be popped there. Decent amount of damage from Shun. Going to be burning Wayward. Nothing else comes of it, but WE ever present around the Baron side of the map to force the hand of BLG. Knight just completed his Shrelias. That's going to be a 4th item. No TP, so he's running. So is On. Baron going down now.
Yeah, they know a couple of members of BLG are on reset. This is their window. This is their timer to try and get this one down. There's the TP. Bin can get in the pit. He can ult
wants to
someone.
go in, but he doesn't want to get caught by Wayward. Wayward blocks out the jungle from WE's Baron steal, but Hung now locked down in that death realm by Bin. On going over onto Mark. Everyone from WE's just trying to get out alive with the Baron buffs. It looks like Mark will not be as fortunate as the rest of his teammates. He will go down, and Fofo, LP are the only ones left with that purple cape.
Yep, there he goes, Mark. Into the Great Horizon. And we'll respawn on the death pad in a little bit more than 30 seconds time. BLG, they can't win out. WE eventually do get the Baron, but it's BLG that find the fight, crucially. What can they find whilst these members are dead? Maybe a top tier 2 wave clear from LP, and Fofo is so potent. But they should have this tower at least, so they find something back. The Baron power play in terms of gold has been undone. So that's at least something for BLG.
Yeah, you get the Bloodthirster now for Fofo, so I think they're, like, the damage combination is there from W. We've seen it, but these kinds of engages are just stepping a little bit too far.
Yeah, they are, right? And again, Skarner's so far separated from the rest of the team. Hung,
Rightfully
pull
getting
out,
Shun
Mark.
out, but yeah.
Yeah, again, it's a difficult situation for W to walk away from with all members up. And yeah, chase down comes in. Feels really good, and you really have to kind of wonder for WE, all of this posturing for the Baron just to not get a good setup does certainly feel quite bad, and now it's about the Elder, right?
2 minutes out, we're fighting anyways. Why not? Here comes some damage. Wayward tries to go for the flash impale, misses everything. And the rest of BLG now watching and waiting. Mark goes for his own engage. Things are getting a little disconnected, but maybe they find Shun here. He's going to go golden. That buys so much time. That engage, though, is not going to be enough for BLG to turn it around because now WE are catching them out head and tails. They do end up finding Shun. Nobody else, but their pressure on the map is restored.
It is. It is. WE with this Baron can easily take this tower in the mid lane. 5 grubs from earlier, don't forget. Not that they need it, because 6 damage is absurd. Satchel as well, just to execute the final third of the tower. 60 seconds out from this Elder, and if this dance goes anything like the Baron did, it's going to be really difficult for BLG to contest as they're looking for Bin.
They just keep snowballing, and it keeps working. The Bin will end up surviving. Has Zanya so much time bought, but Knight is the big focus. WE, they find 1, they find 2, and Fofo's going to focus on the turret. WE are snowballing this one straight from hell.
This game is quickly turning back into the favor of WE. They're teleporting back in.
The 5
Do they
grubs?
want a potential end? I mean, it's 5 grubs. They've just dropped off the Baron, but it's Ziggs and Tristana. They can go and chew through these structures real damn fast.
They have no front line. They literally do not have their front line. WE, we asked the question, can BLG finish games that they're ahead of? The answer in game number 1 is a resounding no. As WE slam the door shut, they take the snowball, and they'll take game number 1.
Wow, wow, wow. WE turned
Look at
around
Wayward's face.
this game. Wayward's pleased with himself. I think he has every right to be, in all fairness. In the counter matchup against the Mordekaiser. I can't even get my jacket on in time. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. What a strange game. I mean, WE postured for 12 minutes on that Baron, and they couldn't get it. And when they do, they lose 2 members. And that's somehow we'll break it down after the break, guys. We'll see you in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah.
Yeah! I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Yeah! Call down awakening to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL, and welcome back to Mazel and Jamada. We're here for a second series of the night that has been a little bit rambunctious, I would say. A 1-0 victory lead right now for WE off the back of maybe some minute throwing from BLG. I think his face tells you all you need to know. Seriously,
man.
taking advantage of momentum, I think was the king of game number 1.
Yeah, definitely, man. It was a very strange game to break down, right? Because it felt like BLG were like getting all of these incremental leads, and WE were just, from the second the Baron spawned, were posturing to get the cheese Zyra Baron takedown. And it's like they just never gave up on the ruse. Do you know what I mean? Like they just stayed there and continually tried for 12 minutes straight. And eventually they did get the Baron. But the fight didn't look too great. But it was 2 kind of chain deaths back to back from BLG that kind of set things in motion for them to end the game. 3.5 minutes. Yeah, there you go. 35-54 is the game timer. They were down 5k gold, but you could see exactly where they get the Baron. Right, and then you could see exactly where they die, and then you could exactly where they end the game. Like there are 3 very distinct bumps in gold there. Yeah, very, very peculiar game that I'm sure BLG are going to be walking back into the dressing room before coming back out onto stage and thinking to themselves, okay, we have to change some things.
Well,
right?
luckily, it's fearless, so you don't have to think too much about those picks that WE grabbed in that game number 1. But this is a series that looked like it was in the hands of BLG, but WE have not been slouches so far this split. They have been pretty dominant. Also, really like to see Wayward on the Skarner still having big impacts, even if the game necessarily wasn't going his way. But the king in it all, and the man who got the out MVP, Fofo, stays at the center stage of WE so far this split.
Very, very strong performance, like you said. Got the MVP, found a solo kill on tonight. Looked really good on that Tristana underneath all those moving pieces that WE had, and we kind of set him up as that guy before we came into game 1. Fofo was the engine, making sure all of those pieces were running smoothly. So let's see if he can maintain that level of performance moving into this game 2, where draft we should have in a few moments for you. And like we said, fearless means we won't see those champions on that side or respectively. So I'm curious about, what happens with the Skarner now. The Zyra's gone, so WE can't just kind of maintain this weird, we can do Baron at any moment if you give us the time pressure. Yeah, again, I'm still taken aback by that game, but again, game plan. We'll see exactly what changes now that they have to swap things up.
I think Elk still stayed the main focus for BLG that game. I think Shun hovering there for a majority of that early game into mid game was very significant. But I think he still stays needing to get some resources given his way at least. But we'll see what game 2 has in store. We'll see a lot of changes in the jungle, I'm sure. The big conversation for us going into it was the difference in jungle styles, at least, that both these guys were presenting to us coming into this one. The facilitation for Hong versus more that aggressive style for Shun. This last game, though, we saw the Zyra, we saw a lot of the farming going Hong's way, and then, again, just posture around that Baron, know where your champion is strong.
Yeah, exactly right. It's such a powerful tool around all of these chokes and entry points. Zyra, if she's got a strong core around her, it's very, very hard to dive. This wasn't necessarily one of those drafts per se, but in the sense of BLG being so short-ranged, having to come into a range of operation to actually, function as a composition, it just made Hung's life really, really simple. We'll see how simple Hung's life and Fofo, the MVP of Game 1's life, made through the draft as we walk into it. For game number 2, spans almost entirely the way through as are. I'm curious about what's going to happen with that Zyra, whether or not, BLG will try their hand at it. It feels like very few junglers are willing to, kind of taste the Kool-Aid on that one, but they're very happy to play all of the other AP junglers, and Corki, first pick. No Tristana, of course, banned away by WE. What will the AD option be for them? I mean, Yasuo Diana would be really fun, but I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen that as an option every now and again.
I actually think blue side right now for a top side pick is really strong for BLG because they know that W can't play the Skarner, so they don't need to pick that right now, but it will be available to them at least all the way through the first phase. The Omega combo right now for WE as they lock in the Yoda and the Leona.
Okay, so WE, I mean, the thing is, WE can't pick Ziggs, so there is that. We'll see what they decide to pair up with. It's not as if Ziggs is tied to that Leona per se. Anyway, there's the Karthus. Not too shocked about that. Corki first rotation. There's the Skarner. 3 most broken champs in all 3 of those roles. Top, mid, and jungle respectively. There are champs, of course, that could contest it. Will Wayward go towards that Mordekaiser? That is the big question. Will he go towards Sante? It's what some people default to, but frankly, I think you just get muted, right? So you either need a range champion or you need Mordekaiser. It's kind of you pick your poison. They will go towards that on R3, so now we move towards that second ban phase where I anticipate we'll see supports removed away out of one's champion pool, unless there are ADs they don't want Elcon very specifically.
Like some of the smirks we saw from BLG members there, but the Senna is the ban in the second phase for WE. They take away some of the scaling potential that would be available to them. The brand is the big focus. We've seen that as a nice pick against Karthus, it feels like, so far tonight. Not going to be available this time. Maybe the Lilia could be the next focus, things like that. But the last ban's maybe towards God side here for WE.
Yeah, actually, Lilia is a really good shout on this album. Strangely on my radar. But of course, Lilia Sleep plus Yone, it's a very tried and true combination. But not only that, WE are on red side, and the one thing I want to highlight, if Lilia doesn't get banned, the potential for like a Raptors into blue Gromp invade, very high, like very, very high, or even just invading Raptors point blank period. It'll be a very frustrating thing to deal with, and W have an okay-ish level 1 right now, so I'm glad that BLG decided to remove that one away. It does leave and kind of relegate you down to things like, the Italy, the Ivor. Actually, this is a decent Ivor game. The question is, does Hung play it? Because he's not touched it. Talia, I'm not so hot on the Talia. It's a good jungler, don't get me wrong, but I feel like here it's gonna pair up well with like finding combos at the very least, right? If people are knocked up by the plethora of CC, then it's gonna be easy for Hung to find follow up. So I don't mind it in that regard. Early game though, it's gonna get out tempo. Hung is gonna have to find those early angles. He's got set up in all the lanes though. Let's see what he does with the pick. BLG, however, ADs galore, probably some setup. Hovering between Jhin, hovering between Varus, all suitable options, and we're gonna get Jhin on the hill.
And they pick it in the position that they play, so no big deal. It's also, I don't know how this happens so often, but Jhin 4th pick this split has been so incredible, because it's literally picked, like, for me, every time I've cast it, it's been 4th pick for some reason on either side. It just fits the champion so well. But now, fitting in needs to be on some engage. They need another frontliner to join this Skarner. So then we saw last game be pretty efficient. That was the Rel. It is locked in this time, too, for BLG, though.
BLG, and I can't remember the last time that I saw R5 AD locked in, to be honest. It's been a while. I think the only time I saw it consistently from a team was Uzi on EDG last year in 2023. Consistently give him final pick, often setting up things like the Vayne. No Vayne here though, it'll be Draven. So we really want the ball to start rolling ASAP. And we'll see whether or not Hung can find that setup down there on the bottom side, because that's kind of the game he may have to play. It's going to be difficult for him to keep up 1-to-1 in the farming department with Karthus. We'll see how things go as we get into this game.
WE are pretty much putting all their eggs in the Fofo basket, which, if you look at track record and all the stats and the performances, that's fine, because Fofo has done incredible. But not only are you combining that with the Yone, but it is a central, like, late game damage potential for WE, right? Because I think everything else is a little bit more sporadic. You have a lot of tankiness, things like that. But the entrance for WE is getting Fofo ahead this game on the Yone.
Yeah, it is.
Or like LP, I guess.
Fofo or LP if you can snowball. I think, honestly, the mid, jungle, and AD in this game all want, and obviously, like, this almost feels cop-outy. Yes, I know everyone wants a lead, duh, but like, in the context of this game specifically, if they're, and I quote, on curve, and even with the enemy their, you know, respective laner, they're not really ahead. Like, just contextually, they're not, right? Corki is eventually gonna become a menace. Obviously, Yone scales, duh, but again, you get the idea, right? You're in positions where you want to be accelerated so you can continue to suffocate the game out of the control of BLG. And with WE already being 1-0 up in this series, it's a bit of a gauntlet throwdown draft in some ways, right? It's like, okay, we beat you with this medium to slow-ish composition. Let's ramp up the pace.
Should be a lot of fun to watch as we hear the Gyos go behind us here. It also, okay. I like LP's stance here.
Oh,
a little bit aggressive there.
Missed the axe though.
Okay. I do wonder though, because I think this is a position where all eyes are on Hung to kind of be very up in the face of all of BLG, but also kind of keeping track of Shun on Karthus. We saw what happens when Karthus is left to his own devices pretty much. So I'm wondering what strategy WE want to employ to make sure that they can deal with this, because as we were kind of alluding to, like, the scaling isn't necessarily the strongest, right?
It's a lane swap. That's the strategy they're going to employ. So let's see what they get up to. Hung is going to be pushed out of the top quadrant, but again, Shun isn't here. Shun's clearing his red buff. So this is cheeky, but because they've done it so late,
Wayward with the
Shun should get this kind of comfortably. They're not even really checking it. They're checking it now. They're gonna see it's dead in the bush.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, LP pushes Shun off
Guys,
of his chicky nuggies.
Yeah. What's going on in the top jungle? This is... Alright, Hung's level 2, so he got his wolves and some of the chickens. Shun's clearing his wolves. I think he's going to go back to his raptors. No. Surely he knows. Oh, no.
Now he knows.
He's kiting back down. He sees them on the ward.
Oh, my God.
He's still going to the raptors.
Because they know they don't have a ward in the bush. Get them all! Steal them! Oh, he didn't get any. Actually, got a couple of them there.
He's killing Wayward.
Gonna burn the flash though now. He doesn't have the wall of pain.
Oh, did the chicken reset? The chicken reset!
What is this game?
What's going on, man? It's gonna reset again.
Okay, they're gonna get it. That Chicky Dougie was the most popular person at the ball.
That was certainly an opening of a game.
Instantly go topside. This is actually so big.
Yeah, he's gonna get red and Krugs, and then he's gonna have blue and Gromp to go back to. This isn't even the worst thing in the world for Shun, to be honest with you. It's not too bad at all. I'm still Mark's flash. You know, talk about throwing your body on the line for a play. He really wanted to make sure he could maybe find Shun. But yeah, all right. So Hung's now level 3, but again, Karthus on the other side is getting Raptors. Actually could get Raptors after his couple of clears on this top side. Gets Krugs, will have Scuttle, will get blue buff and a Gromp. And there's a chance for him to get the second rotation, like I said, of Hung's Raptors. This is okay. Like, if we're talking purely just looking at the pathing, looking how Shun could maybe, you know, get a bit of a lead for himself, it's not bad. This mid lane, however, trade definitely going in favor of Fofo. A lot of pressure can be put down by Yone, right? You speak about the early lane bully presence of, like, Corki since the changes. Very, very high. But, you know, fleet footwork, Thorin shield, and a little bit of second wind, and yeah, you can definitely get through a fair bit of poke as Shun. I'm very curious about whether or not he's going to be able to get those second respawn of chickens, man. Like, the jungler inside of me it's really ticking. There's a ward that's been placed on that entrance, but Shun is taking the scenic route. There's no dive opportunity on Wayward. Okay, so just maybe setting some vision down as he leaves. Not bad. Yeah. Not bad, considering the shenanigans.
in that first series of plays, it was very much about priority and bot side for LP and Mark, and utilizing that with Hung to try to like get him the rest of that clear. Now it looks like we're gonna have a clear down towards bot side for Shun, unless he wants to just go straight for the Gromps. That should be spawning here decently soon, I guess. But I do see Hung moving up towards top side, so maybe he has an angle.
Bin could go in the wall though, right?
Yeah.
So there's no real threat. Just a shove out. Wayward gets a little bit of an assist here on this wave crash.
Not Gromps. Grumpies. That's what I mean.
I let you say it, but you know it is what it is. Bin is.
Wait. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh.
This is catastrophe right now. Hung just left Wayward out to dry, and that's going to be a first blood eventually going down. Oh, it's traded back. All right, 400 gold to Shun. Not too shabby.
All right. Hung just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wayward's not going to be too happy about that one.
No, I don't think he is in the slightest. But hey, you know, like jungle tempo, man. It's more important than your silly little scuffle. And
especially against
hey, look. The reset. All right, Mazel, look, it all comes together. The reset.
Exactly.
It's letting him take the chickens, man. Like, you know, all of a sudden, Wayward can't even be mad about it anymore. You know, he's just.
He's like, hey, Wayward, look. I'm getting the chicken.
I'm getting the chickens, bro.
I'm getting the chickens,
hey,
bro.
Bro. We might be losing some grubs.
Promise,
hey,
it's okay.
I got these 2 camps. Look. I got the respawn on the.
Yeah.
Actually, a bot lane dive. I
This
mean,
could be it though.
LP's on 125 stacks. It's a decent cash in. 6 minutes in, but it's not going to happen anymore. And that will just be a bit of a fizzle out on the play. And the grubs will be taken. Dragon's not even been started yet, so there's a realistic world if BLG want to. Go for a contest.
Damage, man. What the hell? It's actually insane. But hey, Fofo gonna try to trade into him here. They both have their ultimates now, at least available, so some more poking available for Knight. Movement around that dragon pit here so far, though, for WE, as they try to go for more clearing of the enemy jungle. Hung has been pretty successful at least staying within arm's length of Shun, but it's going to be harder and fewer between, I guess.
Yeah, it certainly will. And he's losing red buff, sure, but Shun is he's alright with that. He's going to get 2 camps potentially in trade for this. They should know Karthus is there, because they should have seen that Q. Wayward is trying his best to walk down, but the problem is Wayward is a long way away from level 6. So not going to be able to really put down much pain. Requiem is now available for Shun. Does he want the whole topside quadrant? The answer is no. He doesn't. Reset.
Hung will also have his Weaver's Wall now, so he can connect with the team a little bit more often. But as you see, the new Corki style, just going and trade super heavily point blank with the amount of burst damage that you can do. Still no dragon taken. There's going to be a lot more presence on bot side by BLG, so WE might have lost their window, but they're back down here anyways.
Yep, they are. They're on that dragon. There's bomb side prio being secured. I mean, the problem is Shun has walked down here, so I don't know if they intend to give it. Fofo's also walked off the wave on a bad trade, but Knight's out of mana. It's a bit awkward on all fronts, really.
Oh, especially if you get hit like that. Fofo goes wide and puts himself straight into the dirt. Elk will secure that one, and that's a feels bad, man.
Yeah. Look, Mazel, I'm not going to lie. My brain's a little bit fried after watching what happened at level 1, but also, yeah, Fofo just swinging a miss right between the goalposts and gives himself up to the Blood for the Blood God, I guess, right? Elk will pick himself up that kill. But no dragon. No dragon.
Would you say that he sealed his fate? Would you maybe say that?
Boo. Everyone boo him.
Come on. That's a gold one. I don't know what you're talking about.
It was like a 6. It was like a 6.
All right,
6 out of 10.
Hey, 6 is just better than average. We take those. On here, though, I think, honestly, it's great that he got engaged on.
You know, actually, in Fofo's defense, where he ulted was where... Oh, hello.
The flash obliterate play. Here comes the Weaver's Wall now. Bin locked in a cage with Hung and Wayward. Gonna flash his second obliterate there, but still underneath the pressure of WE. Wayward claims a kill onto Bin. Now Fofo caught in transition here. Knight goes over straight into the face, and Fofo gonna get the Requiem just in case he wants to escape. And On somehow is the one that claims the kill after that.
I mean, Aftershock? Question mark? How? Huh. Because on my screen, I'm not gonna lie, he was at 200 HP. I blinked, and then he died. And Requiem didn't get kill credit.
You blink and you miss it. You get it?
Yeah, well, happens. Very unfortunate. But hey, very good pick by On there. I really don't know how he got that kill, Mazel. That's really. No, I'm serious. That's like I think that was a bug. I'm not even joking. That was really strange. Either way,
we'll
doesn't
get
really
a
matter.
replay of it, but you know what's coming up now is more grubs and Grubageddon potentially there for BLG if they get all 6.
Oh, Mazel.
Good common thing. Grubageddon. It's all 6.
You're more creative than Grubageddon.
It's so good. Come on, man.
Maybe I'm being a hater. Maybe I'm in a bad mood today. Who knows?
After that early play, threw you for a loop.
I'm still recovering, man. Still recovering. But
we
yeah,
finally
look,
get Dragon though.
Yeah. We get Dragon. 6 scrubs is what BLG will take. We'll see how they can put it to use. But you know, we've been focusing about what's on our screen. What's also on our screen is a 3k gold lead for BLG. It's just kind of happened. Everyone's sort of 500, 600, 700 gold up. You know, everywhere across the board. A lot of CS leads being mounted across the board. So good job there for BLG. But we saw what happened when they had a lead last game. Granted, this draft is a lot easier to pilot contextually into WEs. So maybe they will decide to close out the game this time around. Though WE was more on the effort of them and their very, very strong Baron dancers.
They don't have the Zyra this time, but they do have Fofo on the Yone. Again, I think he is the big ticket here for WE. Not only as a player, but in this game specifically on the Yone. They're going to have to find a way to give him some more gold. Bin is the target yet again from this combo. And if you shut down the Skarner enough, maybe it will be enough. The double impale here has been trying to fight back, but Wayward gets his 2nd of the game.
Yep, very difficult to escape from. Get awed by Mordekaiser. That's kind of it.
Open up.
Looking for Hung.
Oh, the flash from Should. That's not going to be enough. Now Should just going to sacrifice his life. He's got to pick up the kills, though, here. Deadly flourish from long range. Doesn't want the kill. He wants to give it to Knight. Hey, good job. Yeah. There you go.
After what happened with the earlier pick onto Fofo.
He's like, I don't even want to touch it.
I don't even want to be like, I'm going to stand at least 3 Timos on me this time. Yeah, I'm still really confused about that now that how the hell did On get that kill on Fofo, Mazel? It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. BLG will get this bot side tower. A couple of plates were traded across the map, but realistically, it's just an up trade for BLG. All is good. The replay is the bot play. We're not going to see it. I'm just going to have to look at the clip over and over again and just be very, very confused. But not really much to break down here, to be honest with you. The grasping more. I don't know what the E's called on Mordekaiser. I actually made that up. Death grasp. That sounds way cooler than what I came up with. Does connect, and Shun, I think, connects on this Q onto Wayward. The 2nd Q onto Hunt. And that sets up the 3rd Q onto Wayward as Deadly Flourish. Really, really good. And yeah, you know, he's like, nah, I don't want this one anymore. Like, I saw what happened to Fofo. I'm good. I'll let it slide. But real good stuff here from BLG. Trying to make as much use as they can out of the grubs as well, specifically on that bottom side. Herald's up in a little bit more than 20 seconds. Trying to set up around this objective as Elk.
He has fallen prey to being the non-mobile ADC that is Jin. LP will move up with the rest of WE. They are positioning pretty strongly around this Rift Herald. It'd be really nice for them to pick it up, especially already having lost those 6 grubs to BLG, but BLG up here in force and catch out Mark a little bit. Shun is here now as well. He has Requiem available.
Yeah, he does. Mark slowed up by the Wall of Pain. No capitalization though. The range of the engage is actually quite limited from BLG. It's not anywhere near as far away as WE can find with the walls. Was fate sealed. But here's this teleport coming in. But Fofo's also going back to base, maybe looking for a first item completion. He'll TP back. But this Herald's already gone,
There it is.
practically.
He's TPing in, but Rift Herald, they
Someone's
gotta get the
gotta pick
eye on. Feels like he wants to give up his life for it. He hasn't decided yet. There's the Magnet Storm,
They
as
want the
well as
fight.
the Deadly Flourish on top of
Oh.
it. Now Mark is about to join Fofo, who just got to the fight, do a double kill to Elk. They move as a team, and they succeed as a team. Bin gets out with the Excel's impact over the Weaver's wall, and BLG get out like bandits now with the Rift Herald spawned up in mid lane.
Yeah, here you go. Herald down, mid lane, tier 1. Should drop very easy pickings with 6 grubs as well. Could even get a second charge if they want to. Could even drive it to the top side. I don't even think that would be a terrible idea if they want to charge on that tier 2 off the back of Knight, but won't look for it. Just take their 2 towers off the back of the play and they explode the gold lead even further. 6,500 almost now in favor of BLG. And this is a very, very good look and a strong bounce back off of a very temperamental game 1. Here's
Pretty
a
much
look back
what
at
we
this fight,
expected, though.
Yeah, in all fairness it is. And On just presses his buttons on Fofo, doesn't get to play the game. Mark as well, tries to help his mid laner. Frankly,
Looking back at
can't
fights,
really be
though.
given there. And hey, look at that, Mark's gonna cool out again.
He's gonna go in onto Knight, though. Knight got to burn his flash anyways. The Whirling Death not gonna hit its mark. Impale comes in over here onto Wayward, who is now brought under Shun's shadow, but he will end up bringing Bin into the Death Realm. Elk coming around, the curtain is called. Will the show be one worth mentioning? Fofo's able to get one onto Bin now. On's all by himself, and BLG, where have we seen this before? Oh my goodness, WE wiped the floor with them. Requiem's not gonna be enough, and the Dragon number 2 goes to WE.
Yeah, WE get their second dragon of the game. It's a late second dragon though. But still, it's pressure taken off their shoulders. They know, BLG are not going to make that a soul stack game anytime soon. Mountain as well. A lot of frontliners in this game on both sides, but just in general, those flat resists, such a good use to have in a game like this. Let's see where WE can go, but still, they find themselves 5,000 or 4,000 gold behind nonetheless. BLG, it still feels like they should have a commanding lead, especially when you take a look at the inventories and you see some of those items.
He didn't get enough for a second one after the cash in from LP. It must have been really close.
Yeah, it must have been. Should. As well, he's got to be pretty close to that Leandri's. Everything's going pretty well for BLG on the scaling department.
On's like, oh wait, did I want that? Maybe. Shun is there. He's able to fight really well in these choke points. The Solar Flare going a little bit wide by Mark. Let's push off BLG for a moment. Fighting over that vision, BLG will end up clearing it.
They will. Nothing really gained or lost on either side, but BLG, it looks like they really want to set up on this top tier 2. Just keep pressure up here. They are trying. Fofo instantly snaps back, but it's good poke damage onto Shun.
And that's how WE want to approach a lot of these fights, right? Like, they want to find a big catch out on one of the squishier members, using Mark to really set the tone, and Fofo and Hung to kind of back it up. Whereas BLG on the other side, they're trying to throw Shun's body in there, but they're waiting on engages from On, maybe even Bin once he gets involved. But that's one of the big things. Or I guess if you get catch-outs here, that Bin hasn't been able to join these fights necessarily. And when he does, that Mordekaiser's always there.
That first shot connected. There's potential for a lot of danger as Bin. There's no Rylai's, so
Well, you walk back
be
into
fine.
it.
But there is a jungler.
There is,
a
and he
jungler.
comes out. Oh, he wants to kill, though. He's going to the blast cone. He's going to make it out alive. Just Skarner things.
Hey, you'll take that. You get Hung's Flash. You get Ulma out of the Draven as well. Not necessarily the most significant cooldown all the time. Feels real good. And you get pressure now on this top tier 2 because WE wanted to opt for this play when they know BLG was set up on this top side. So that's 200 gold split across these members here for BLG. And again, a bit of a heist in some ways, right? They really feel like they were going to be able to crack that nut open until WE decided to commit to this bottom side play, and now a teleport. Now a Fofo to claim the bottom side pressure.
Actually are able to get a little bit of that standing gold back for themselves. Still just about 4,000 to 5,000 gold under BLG, but that's still enough to give some fights back. We will have no objectives on the map besides that Baron. Neither team really in position to take that one as we take a look back at the replay of Bin. Being caught out just a little bit, but making that alive.
Yeah, goes through the wall. Wayward throws up the emote. Based on that very famous painting I can't remember the name of. As Hung actually kind of knocked himself into getting impaled.
No!
Nah, probably not, right?
No, wait.
Nah, probably not, right?
Dude,
nah,
there's no way that he thought that
dude,
was...
Probably
There's
not,
no
bro.
way
Nah,
that he thought that
nope,
whirling death was not
nope,
his.
Nope, probably not. Nah, I don't think he did it. Nope.
Hey, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on.
We're just, yep, exactly. We're just gonna move on. Baron's up on the map. He definitely didn't mean to.
Definitely didn't. Definitely didn't.
I'm
Don't
gonna,
worry about it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, for Hung's sake, that the replay was slowed down to make it look like that's what he did. And he totally just flashed because he thought there was going to be a random skill shot that was going to hit. He didn't think the Draven was Sunkus. I promise. Like, that's... Yeah.
Yep. So BLG are moving to the side of the map. They did end up getting a bit of pressure here, but red buff did just get secured by WE there. A lot of vision around the Baron buff right now for BLG, but they have so much strength around the map now. They're going to continue engaging onto Wayward, who feels a lot stronger now that his second item got completed. They're also going to bring down Knight, who Bin buys so much time in the death realm by impaling Wayward. He's going to come out, Ixtal's impact into the wall, and flashing to victory there. Knight secures the kill onto Wayward. Ooh, oh no. So that's going to be a big summoner spell back, as Hung just almost kills another teammate.
Mazel, I missed the LPL, man.
I love it here. I love it.
I was out all the spring. This is great. This is fantastic. This spiritually is still my home. As a siege on the bottom side will kind of be staunched, as a BLG will stop the Dragon Snowball. They'll get their first mount into the game. Not bad at all. Tier 2 as well secured, so BLG winning on all fronts realistically. A little bit of vision is being set up by Mark on the opposite side of the map. I only highlight that as potentially, you've got Wayward with teleport. You wonder whether or not you get kind of a teleport flank if any of this vision isn't cleared out by BLG. It's not the most shallow vision though, so we'll see how that one ends up working out for WE in the next couple of minutes.
Oh no, that's a third item for Knight there. Rapid fire cannon completed. Don't even need no boots, as it really has just been a factor of BLG taking advantage of moments and kind of snowballing to some extent. I still think that there are some avenues for WE if they let this game go long enough, but it feels like that's going to be really hard to get to at this point.
Yeah, it does feel very difficult to get to, but I do agree. Like, the kind of composition that WE have, all it takes is, a misstep on any of the squishy members of BLG's part to get clipped by a fake sealed, by a solar flare, by a knockback, right? An unraveled earth combo of the Talia. And then life starts to feel really hard, right? You lose like one or two members back to back, all of a sudden the gold league closes up. How do you get over that? You just do the Baron, mate. Just do the Baron. Take it down. Yeah. See how this takedown goes.
TC can join. They realize that it is going down, but it's already burned down here.
Wayward has
maybe
flash
going over the wall. He's there. He steals it. Hung makes the difference. Meanwhile, they're taking a tier 2 down bot side as well, but they might just lose the fight. Requiem coming out now from Sun. He's going to do a decent amount of damage, but BLG, they will strike back after losing the Baron. But Fofo's been all along carving down the turrets in the bot side.
And this is the pain point of playing against Mordekaiser. If you don't have control over where Mord is, you get situations like this. I'll be honest, based on how low that Baron got, I would need a slow-mo replay to even get confirmation of whether or not Wayward even ulted him before that smite came down. Like, I think Hung just won that straight out, 50-50. We will get confirmation very soon. As here's our replay.
I think he did
it looked really close.
Yep. He got it off the right, whatever.
Just barely. And even, like, Bin does a great... Everyone's doing their best to try and keep the junglers out of the pit. But, yeah, I think I don't know. I think it was the same for it. It's hard to, I need to look at that 2 or 3 times. Either way, it doesn't matter. The end result is WE. They find their 50-50. And they're going to be able to claw back a little bit of gold off the back of this plate. And a little bit of pressure potentially too.
I think the hardest thing for WE is you have some good options, right? We've already covered that multiple times, but the problem is if you were even, or at least even in CS, that'd be a big difference maker, not just the kills going over, but you're consistently down like 20, 30 CS in multiple roles, and you're just consistently getting put behind. So now trying to find a way back in is difficult.
Yeah, certainly is. And it has been a very difficult path for WE in this game to get to this point. It feels like a bit of a gift wrap on their part. They are still down several thousand gold and over 1,000 gold in multiple instances, but that Baron gold has really closed the itemization gap between a lot of the parties here. Fofo's on his way to his 3rd item, but at Bork Shield Bow, realistically, Yone's online. He just gets stronger from this point on. And of course, LP, that BF sword in inventory, likely going towards the Infinity Edge. Bloodthirster and Lord Doms in his inventory. If he gets to that Infinity Edge, those crits are going to hit like a damn truck.
So big thing now.
They're not out of it.
Yeah, big thing now as well is 3rd item, Rapid Fire for Elk. A little bit more distance on him. Some of the extra damage put in. Still a lot of utility coming from the Jhin. Maybe not as much scaling. We'll see how that all works out as WE positioning all around this top side, maybe catching overextending Finn as that tower is on its last breaths. We do have that dragon in 45 seconds. Looks like nobody really wants to position around there, even though BLG already have vision that way.
Yeah, they do. But like you say, willing to just relax for now. Dragon's up in 30 seconds time. Maybe just give it up. Yeah, I mean, even by the map opening, I was going to say, give it up. Make your way back towards the top side and just get a bit of a pocket of vision set up for yourselves. And play off the top side of the map if you can help it. You know BLG are just going to go and secure that dragon anyway. Going 5v5 head-to-head, it's probably not going to work out. So I like this play here from WE if they can make it work. Bin has flash, has all of his tools available to him, but there's no wave. They're just going to make Knight kill this for now. Yeah, so they're going to have Knight because he's got teleport, right? So Knight can solo this out, and then they can cover this topside cross-map play.
Maybe they want to make their own play.
Yeah. They do.
Yeah, WE's going to have to back off. They actually end up burning the flash from Mark. He will have the Hex Flash available to him. Curtain Call got burned. Not going to get much to it, but BLG will secure a 2nd dragon in a row for themselves, and that's a 2nd mountain dragon towards the Mountain Soul. On steps up, though, trying to get vision, and gets his life taken from him. Here comes that fate sealed, though, as Out gets one back. The Whirling Death comes across the table from LP. It's just going to be a trade in this topside play.
It'll just be a trade. Support for support. Because he's still not going to be able to get this tower. Really good map read from BLG all in all to kind of acknowledge this is what WE were going for. Because they stave it off, right? They don't trade anything, and they get the dragon.
Thought maybe that might be an overextension from WE, but the BLG don't pull the trigger. They are going to pull the trigger on Shun now, who just has to give his life maybe. Here is, that's going to be some rocks your way, but you're going to be taken right back. Now LP is locked down here. Maybe he is not taken out after he has to burn his flash. Bin wants to chase him down here anyways. But BLG, they will pick off at least Hung for Shun.
Alright, not bad. Wayward. A little bit of poke damage. A big bit of poke damage. Alright. Damage out from Knight here.
Mark was looking for an
another
angle.
wave's coming in. Yeah, he does want one, but I don't think he's going to get it. Unfortunately, this should just be the tower with 5 grubs. Very easy pickings. Baron's up in 40 seconds. Take a reset. Go set up. Just rinse and repeat. There's a lot of pings on this bot wave from both teams. I wonder how willing WE are going to be to kind of send Fofo down to this bottom side, charge him through the bottom lane, maybe trade an inhib. Maybe even for the Baron, unless, they can obviously find a really good TP flank angle. I don't think it would be horrible. You kind of got to think long term, because right now, again, they're just not... They're not as strong, right, as BLG. Well, decisions to be made. They're in front of the Baron for now, though. Maybe able to set up a little bit here.
That'd be bold. On goes for an engage now. BLG do not even want to get them positioning around the Baron pit. He's been looking for an engage potentially through the wall. On now does mount back up. Ofo trying to edge the side over here against BLG. That's the big impale though on the Mark. Mark's getting locked down. Mark's getting out. He's completely down. Re-engaged there by On. Double Magnet Storm. Now the curtain call on top of it all here too. Jin's picking up kills left and right. The Requiem on top of it. And that's an ace by BLG. And damn it, you know we're going to 3.
We're going to 3 and Elk signs off on this game with a quadra kill. Frontliners alongside Elk will take down the base of WE. And they will equalize. They stabilize the series. And I mean, in all fairness, we said it, right? They get early leads, they tend to finish. Last game, I feel like, was a very unique situation with WE having that Zyra. They don't have that kind of pressure this game. BLG should be able to close this one out. Mark will claim his kill.
Out here, yeah. They should be able to do a couple more auto attacks, but BLG and WE, we knew this was a top of the table matchup here in Group B, and it had to go the distance. Ben and Co will finish it off, and we go to game 3.
Game number 3. What will it entail for our teams here at the top?
30 bans
of this group. 30 bans is what it entails. It makes you wonder if we're going to see anything particularly spicy coming into this one. Maybe, you know, a Shun Kindred appearance, right? Are we going to get something really out there? Maybe an Ivern, who knows, right?
Maybe.
Very good looks from BLG.
Yeah, able to close it out this time. It should have been maybe a 2-0, but WE will not go quietly. Now we get to go to a game 3. We're going to take a short little break, and we'll be back.
stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our madness. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant place. To think of what is standing in their way. Oh, face him up, face him up. For we are true to our name. A stealing course. Strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring down, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name.
Welcome back to the LPL and welcome back to Xi'an for our Group B Masterclass. It is myself, Mazel, and Jamada covering what has been a very chaotic series so far. It is 1-1 between WE and BLG. Winner of this game will take complete control of Group B and remain undefeated. The other will take their first loss of the split. It's going to be fun. That game number 2 was much more the flavor of BLG that we expected. And you know I love Jin, but I love it even more when he gets MVP when Elk's piloting it.
A lot of setup, right, that Elk provided in this game. I know he doesn't have the highest damage percentage in this one, but frankly, damage isn't everything. I know, people, especially ADCs, like to lean on that good old damage number, but a lot of very important curtain calls, a lot of very important deadly flourishes connecting, right? And yeah, just did a fantastic job at setting up the rest of his team time and time and time again to ensure that Knight, Shun, Bin, hell, even On, right, could get that follow-up that they required.
I think we obviously see the Mordekaiser is a decent answer into this Skarner, but it is not the answer, as both times Skarner has taken the dub. This time we don't get Skarner on either side. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see what the picks end up being, because in a game 3, in a best of 3 Fearless is where you really start to see Fearless come unfolded. Again, getting into it, we're going to have 30 bans total after the second ban phase here, after the 20 from the first 2 games are taken away. So it should be a lot of fun. I think in general, And I particularly want to see if we go back to the styles that we represented early for these teams, where WE, much more facilitation around Hung. Will the Maokai make it through? And for BLG, is the Kindred going to be the name of the game for sure?
Yeah, like, I'm kind of wondering how crazy we're willing to get in this game 3. You know, we shouldn't pull out the Nidalee as an example, right? It was, of course, a very, very big point of contention, MSI Finals specifically, but it is just a Shun champion, right, through and through. Will they ban it away, WE? Well, they're, you know, again, it's just about the curveballs, realistically. I'm not going to just sit here and list off every single champion. We kind of know what could potentially come out of both of these teams, but BLG, of course, a little bit more prolific on that front, as we should be making our way to the final draft of the night. WE will be on blue side, BLG will be on the red, and there's Nidalee ban, so we won't be seeing Nidalee out of Shun.
I do really like the Maokai consistent ban, though, towards Hung. Feels like it really unlocks the style for Fofo. Again, I think Fofo was getting really close to being able to carry that last game if the time had gone just a little bit longer, but BLG able to close that one out cleanly. The Corki ban here as well in the end against WE, gonna take that one away. It is a little block first pick for WE.
Wow, locking in LB, first rotation into Knight. So let's see what Knight has, you know, up his sleeve here, because can't go Tristana. Of course, Corki and this J-Star moved away from him, so what kind of options is he willing to go towards? Will it be something a little bit more traditional? We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, Elk lands on the center. Will we just see the pairing of the Nautilus? Yes, we will. Answered for me immediately. And now it's really on WE. How creative or not creative are they willing to go into this bottom side matchup, right? There's no Ziggs counter available for them. Of course, they picked it a couple of games ago to open up this series. So, Kalista seems like a very strong option. How aggressive do you want this support option, though? Because you're kind of stripped for options with Rel and Leona being gone. Do you just want the Braum for the lane counter matchup? It kind of sucks at engage, but you can certainly create space in a very unique way that feels very Braum-centric, and it's very easy to proc those concussive blows up very quickly with the Halo Blades. We'll see, though, what W want, because, of course, the junglers haven't been locked in either.
Yeah, I think that's where all eyes are kind of headed towards what we're going to get. It is going to be the first gauntlet dropped, though, and this one's by Hung, who will lock in the Viego before we get to the second phase. See if things want to hold over for BLG, if they want to go ahead and get some solo lane action going for themselves. I still think some flexibility is available to them.
It is, but I do like this Annie. I like the hover. I'd like to see it get locked in. I think they can afford for Shun to sort of take the punishment of 2 more jungle bans. Really, the situation is that Shun's got a very deep champion pool. I think he'll be alright coming off the back end of this. Could be a little bit weird, but maybe it's something like a Lee Sin or a Xin Zhao, right? But again, 2 champions, he is very, very strong. Annie, point and click CC into Kalista, feels good. Tibbers, very strong tool. And of course, it has an okay time laning into the Blanc. The trading feels really nice. It's just about how strong a jungle matchup 2v2 they can actually find themselves in. And now with WE going towards that Viego, BLG have the opportunity to remove away 2 supports that they don't want to deal with. Renata will be the first of that pairing.
Maybe the Alistar to join. We'll see what they want to focus on here. But WE side, you target these jungles a little bit more. It's actually going to be the split pushing potential or the solo lane potential in the TF.
Okay, let's see if the second ban can make whatever it is WE want to lock in for Wayward be a little bit more telegraphed. But Twisted Fate as a whole is actually just a really good champion into the Blanc and Kalista, so it could just be a generalized ban, acknowledging that Bin could just end up playing it. TF ban does somewhat prompt this Cassante ban in some ways, but when you really think about it, there's not really much left for BLG to ban. I think that they see Braum as a bit of a bait pick in some ways, something that WE perhaps don't want, because W kind of wants going, but you can play Braum aggressively, it's not impossible.
Yeah. And
as the Jax comes through.
We're getting some really good shots of him, so I'm going to bring him up now, but I don't know if you followed LPL back when Zoom was a big member of the top lane family here, it felt like. But his addition to Team WE in this offseason going into summer is really interesting to me, not only because it's the first time I feel like we've seen him really be prominent in the LPL again since his time on top lane, but it's more so also to kind of guide Wayward in a lot of ways. And I'm really curious. He was very vocal in some of those shots at what that conversation is becoming right now, and especially now that we kind of get the blind Renekton locked in by Bin.
Yeah, you know, it's actually very funny because we had, of course, another long-time legend in Xie, of course, joined Top Esports to give Cream some guidance as well. Feels like a return of quite a few legacy players, in a way, right? To come and give some of these newer generational players a bit of look in. And yeah, Wayward has been looking more consistent, right? I think one of the most continuous critiques of Wayward is just his volatility as a player. And it's certainly looked a little bit better so far throughout the summer split specifically. Mark, we're asking for a little bit of engage. We'll land on the Rakan, and I mean, I made the call for the Kindred. It just, yeah, it felt like it was always going to come out. It wasn't Vandalway, and we do get a game 3 for sure on this Kindred.
This is the most played champion by Wayward in his career on the Gnar. He's very proficient, especially when Gnar was becoming a big strength. I think that was a big difference between him and Qingtian on Top Esports. But here, going to be a little bit of a different take on the drafts. This is what you get when we got Fearless going to 3 games.
Yeah, a lot of champions from old patch gone by, right? You used to see a lot of Annie last year, not so much these days. Gnar slipped into the meta for a little bit at the start of the year. Not so much around, but still an option into Gnar if you are stripped of options, or into Renekton rather. Very interesting compositions, very explosive engages on both sides as well. Between Nautilus, between Rakan, a lot of dancing is going to have to be done on that land respite as well. There's not really much displacement outside of it, outside of realistically just the Gnar ult, right? It's just that pushback. So we'll see how well WE can use that ultimate and how many opportunities Wayward has to find big 3-4-man ultimates because people are on top of that land respite.
That's the big difference in this game. It's going to be a lot about minute little executions. I want to see what Bin can do on the Renekton, maybe combining for some early pressure, because we know that even though it's been the Elk show for BLG, this Senna is going to mean a bit of a back foot there. So maybe looking up towards these solo lanes a little bit more, the combination between Shun and Knight. But WE have made it here for a reason. We have both undefeated teams going against each other, and only one can come out on top. Game 3 decides it all here for this Group B tussle.
Strong Gios there for BLG in this game 3. Crowd will be alive, no doubt. As I am very, very optimistic for WE in this game, in a weird way. I feel like they've got a strong opportunity here to potentially look to snowball, specifically through the mid jungle, but also the Kalista on the bottom side. I feel like it is going to be very heavy on the execution though. BLG at face value just have a stronger composition that scales. They've got frontline, they've got AP damage, they've got DPS, they've got a little bit of everything, whereas WE, it's a lot more pick centric, it's a lot more snap engage and then get out, take your target and leave.
And I think Fofo is going to have a lot to say with that. The LeBlanc's going to be super important, not only for side lane pressure, but keeping presence in mid lane. And Fofo's not one to shy away from that. What's so funny is when you look back at Fofo's career, when he came over to LPL, it was from the LMS, and we're actually going to get the little engage here hung, and they might have to burn the flash early. I think there's so much CC and stuff here. They're not actually going to burn any summoner spells, but BLG using some of this roaming pressure as they do force Hung out of his jungle.
Yeah, and not only that, 3 stacks for Senna, level 1, pretty nice, you know, small incremental leads as well, as Hung will be forced out. We'll pick up the Raptors here. We'll look to then transition that over to this bottom side quadrant of Shun. But very good invade from BLG all around as Shun, you know, Shun's healthy, he can 2v1 this. Red buff, no smite, so he can't secure the wolves though.
He's a little scared.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Not being able to secure the wolves without smite. Very, very rough. Whilst that was a lot of time bought by the side, the bottom side, and Bin, of course, by BLG. Again, You still have to smite that red buff as Kindred. It does take a little while, so a little bit of time lost. Maybe they're I'm not sure what Shun was necessarily expecting. But not the worst in the world. Now you can transition over to that top side quadrant.
Should just go to some vertical jungling, at least for now. We're going to get the split push here. As it's all about the plates and the XP here. To keep an eye on those. As mid lane will keep being fisticuffs there, but should see. I guess the question is, do we see a readaptation like we did from BLG last game, or at least the last couple games where they kind of change back into normal form here? W's winning out pretty hard.
Yeah, they off and out. Feels pretty good, if I'm honest. But you have to remember, you know, Elk is playing Fasting Senna, and of course Honor's, well, he's playing Nautilus. So point being, those champions don't really need that much gold to be useful. Of course, Senna needs stacks though, and that's the important thing. We'll see how Elk gets on as the map kind of restabilizes. Wayward's resetting, so he'll make his way back up to the top side now. But like you say, honestly, it's not a terrible trade for WE in the immediate future.
Yeah, I think you can still work off a lot of the side pushing that we have, at least for both teams. I think Wayward and Fofo definitely going to have a lot of fun with that as time goes on here. And speaking of, I'm going to get back to my story time. The first time that we saw Fofo back at LPL, it was on BLG. But more recently, he was on that BLG super roster with Doggo and things like that.
Oh,
the first
God,
iteration of the BLG roster.
Was that 2021 summer, I want to say?
Yeah, it was all of 2022. But I think the most important thing is, like, we've seen ebbs and flows in his career, and I think the year on EDG was very rough. That whole situation was very rough. But on W, we've seen him retake hold of kind of the control that we've known him for in the past.
Yeah, definitely. Like, professionally, I feel quite bad for Fofo, right? Like, that year, all of the scuffling going on around the EDG roster, he did remain relatively consistent in his performance, right? He was a very strong performer as Wayward, just looking to get a little bit of poke down, has a bit of presence from the rest of his team. Bin? The problem is Mark was kind of hesitant about a play actually being possible there, so Bin is safe, but Mark is still here. It's just that Wayward won't be Meganar anymore. That does make things a little bit scary, but double dash in.
Yeah, he might be dead now. Wayward beautifully using the kiting there. Even try and get Bin's flash. They do end up getting a summoner spell. Wayward throwing up the emote. Look at the smiles on Wayward's face. It's incredible.
All right, not bad. Not bad. He knows. He knows what's going on there. Bin will lose his flash.
Oh, they're sending more. No,
oh
okay,
boy.
they're gonna pull off.
Get the tent out, lads. Let's get things cooking. But Elk just making his presence known in the mid lane, stealing away a couple of stacks. No big deal. Grubs are up in 20 seconds time. Curious about where our teams will find prio there. So for now, Bin of course had a little bit of a stack-ish wave. Mark is still here. When I said get the tent out, I was kind of joking.
I honestly feel like Mark should have got in right there, but maybe he didn't expect vintage of why. Maybe he was just getting tired. He was having a nice little campfire there. It was really relaxing. LP, there is a wild wolf and lamb coming for you. And you have a big minion wave there, though. Maybe you can fight this one out as On going to be a little bit low, but the CC is just enough. And he also has him marked, and that'll be first blood for BLG.
First blood, first mark. Not bad. Not bad at all. They'll be able to pick up this dragon off the bottom side of it as well. So, really good play for BLG. And they know everyone's top side. Why? Because Mark just spent the last 2.5 minutes there. So, no real stress. They'll pick that one up very comfortably. Maybe even the Raptors afterwards if they really want to get a little bit greedy. Yeah, they's probably alright for them. Of course, getting Shun off the mark. Very, very decent. No plate, though. No play off the back end for any of BLG members, but still low enough to get picked up. WE,
Yeah.
let's see if they can find a response somewhere on the map.
So funny. You can change the draft, but the gameplay stays the same. We wanted to see topside focus for BLG, but they keep trying to play around Elk, and I love it. Now, WE continually going to the bin well. They'll see if they come up with a bucket of water or maybe a bucket of blood. It's going to be bin locked down under turret here, but nobody can follow it up as the Dominus would give them a lot of play action.
Yeah, it would. Gonna heal up a fair bit off this Q. But
Elk is here.
yeah, it's not really gonna amount to much. They're all good. Don't worry about it. Try and shove this wave in for Bin. W won't connect. Ah, hello, Knight.
Oh,
Hello. Well.
he wants the combo. Well, hey, there's your last one. All right,
There's my last one. There's my last one. Hey, man. Oh.
Oh no, Wayward. He's
He's
gonna have
not level
Meganar.
6.
One more
Wait.
auto.
Wait, he needs 1 minion. He's got it.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Wait. Yeah. Can't dive him anymore. Yeah.
Aha! I'm a
And it-
big Gnar now.
In his head, Waves is like, yeah, that's what I thought. Run away. He's just like, he's clutching himself. Thank God they didn't dive me.
Man is the ultimate troll, but in a good way.
He is. BLG want another play. They're not gonna find it though. This is the game of posturing, man. Everyone's just like,
really is.
I'll find a fight, but nothing's really gonna amount to skirmish right now. Shin is still on 1 stack, unfortunately. Stack is currently on the enemy Gromp, and I just don't think he's gonna get it. Given where everyone is on WE.
You don't think so?
Nah, I mean he could try. You know, there's nothing wrong with trying.
So I don't want to take a check-in on the lane states and things as we have both bot lanes going towards top side of the map at least Elk from BLG. But we are getting some CS differentials, especially with Bin maybe getting a little bit of support up here. But I think the more important thing is kind of the even state with about 1,000 gold lead for BLG still lending in their favor. Even with these objectives coming up, I don't think it guarantees them pressure around those.
No, I don't think it does. You never know though. Sometimes it feels like our teams here are giving each other enough time to just kind of let each other get pressure. You know, that's sort of what it's felt like throughout a lot of this series. We'll wait and see. Is this a mark? It is. Huge. Should we get a second mark of the game? No interruptions. Wait. Yeah. All right. Close. Close. This game's feeling very podcast. I haven't sat through many lane swaps that go this long. You know,
Yeah, that's been pretty long. But I think that's where we can talk a little bit about the trail that both these teams have taken, right? We talked very early in the series itself about the fact that, like, both teams have 2-0'd both RNG and LGD in the same fashion. It's been dominant victories up until now. This is the first test we're getting between these two teams, and this is a double round robin now in our new format. So it's exciting to see how close-knit this one is, and the fact that we're going to get this matchup yet again.
Exactly. It's very exciting getting the double round robin. It's been a long time. I'm not even sure when the last time would have been that LPL had it. I'm not sure how the old conference system used to work, so being able to see BLGW again be a huge favor. And of course this series will be a big case study for each other. They've got, after tonight, about 4 days they'll play each other again. See what
quick
they'll come
turnaround.
into it. It is a very quick turnaround, as the LPL always is. As Hung does manage to sneak away a grub here, but
Yeah.
BLG will probably get the remaining ones, unless
Got the might
WE
spawn.
feel really antsy. Exactly, of course, with the new changes. Thank you for reminding me. 4 does get you that 1 might spawn now, so it does make, you know, trying to split that up a little bit more consistent, or reward you for getting 2 out of the 3 each spawn, which feels very nice. Is Bin in trouble, Mazel? That's the
Yeah.
question now.
He's a big croc.
Uh-oh.
Not big enough. Oh, he's going to pop the Dominus. He's actually got a play here. Dawning Shadow coming off, but there's the Meganar ulti, and Wayward throws a rock right into his face.
Hey man, you know, like, Marco, Ignite, Flash from Wayward. All he did was press his Dominus key. Like, don't get me wrong, WE, this is a great, like, cross map, but that was a lot gained out of it.
5
Considering
blades down
where
there. now,
everyone
though.
was.
Oh, they're going to TP
Yeah,
down
that's-
there. Oh, Knight?
Oh.
Knight was just getting a little bit of pressure put on him. Now he's all by himself over here.
Yeah,
Um,
this, Bin.
Okay, they're
Bin?
going
Alright,
to
it's Bin's turn.
Why
It's Bin's
not?
turn.
Let's see it happen. Knight gonna flash over the
Oh,
wall with
great
the fat flash. Now on goes for the engage with the dredge line as well. They're gonna lock down Wayward, who is nowhere even near Meganar.
What?
I have no idea, my friend. They never expect the second TP.
They'll never expect the second one. All right, well, they'll get second Dragon BLG. Good play in the extended. It's just strange, isn't it? It's a strange game. It's a strange third opening to this series. BLG gets second dragon. If we try and take a step back, a little breather, if I may. Knight, he's got his malignance. Items are being completed very soon, I would imagine, across the board. Herald spawns in a minute's time. Elk. It's fine, not going to be aggressed on. That was another mark up on the side for Shun. Good buffer by On. And nothing's going to come from the play, so BLG again just get another minor win. One more mark for Shun, and he's going to get that, you know, that big first bump up in stats.
Yeah.
The extended auto attack range.
And that's the thing about the fighting potential of both these teams. That's really back. We'll talk about what I was gonna say afterwards, but let's see this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just more like good flash, right? That's a. It's almost as thick as like the old topple flash, right? It's like thick. It's thick. That's a thick flash. As Wayward. Is there much to really talk about? He had no flash from the play a second ago. He dies. That's it. BLG get a kill on the dragon off the back of that.
So the thing I feel for BLG's composition is like they're kind of just like the buff bodyguard. They can just walk up wherever they want to and just have all five and have a really consistent fight. Whereas WE, they have to find a good entrance, right? Like the resets are always there for Hong, but Fofo and Wayward are gonna have to find like pincer maneuvers or find big poke onto the right members. It feels like.
Yeah, pretty much. That's actually one thing I'd like to point out. LP has got himself the Kraken Slayer, so this is not going to be Vitality Callista. Isn't paying much mind to Elk's inventory as Mark will just hop away. So they want the DPS. They certainly will find it. But like you say, like Wayward's going to have to find a good angle. On?
Dude,
On deals
how is
a
On
lot.
doing that much damage?
That's welcome to Emax Norless, my friend.
Yeah, why not?
What was a lot of
Chunks him out
damage?
to the sideline is going to be a lot more difficult for him to manage now with the lack of health bar. BLG take advantage of the tempo and going to take an outer tower in mid lane.
Yeah, just because of that chunk, they know there's no threat of Wayward like teleporting behind. He's not in Mega anymore. Really, really nice. W will trade out some of this damage on the top tower. Will Fofo get greedy? No. No, he won't.
He
knows
needs to
better.
get out of there, that's for sure.
He
This
knows
is
better.
the bread and butter though of WE. They are looking for the 1-3-1 style, right? That's why they have the LeBlanc. You have a lot of split pushing power with the LeBlanc Gnar.
Dude, it's very, very hard duo to lock down. Shun. Alright, Fofo's looking to go back in. They will get this Herald. The Mark, however, is on the Raptors, so he's kind of still up for that fourth mark on the side of Shun. There's another objective going over to BLG. 3 of the major spawn ups. Of course, got 1/3 of the grubs as well. They're not really up too much gold, but again, this has been a very strange game. This game is giving the aura of that post 32 minutes to 36 in game number 1, you know, but it's been like that for 15 minutes. That's what I'm feeling right now. Let's see where BLG could go, but more importantly, what WE could actually do to try and, you know, equalize some of this pressure, because it does feel like BLG are in control, albeit very minorly.
Yeah. And we did just get opportunity completed for Elk, so I'll be able to join the ranks of the one item. And so, stop the back on tonight there. That might actually end up being the turret because of the mites here. Just a little bit of pressure, but Shun is on his way. That's the anti-ulti down as Tibbers comes and says hello.
Yeah, the stun. Tried to do something quite cheeky there, Knight, if I caught that correctly. You cast the Q, but the Q, if I remember right, doesn't actually have to hit the target. It's just like the cast then gives you the passive for the stun. So you tried to then catch him with a very quick and unpredictable Tibber stun. Very unfortunate though. Doesn't quite connect. And this turret will now go down for Fofo. 300 gold in his back pocket. And the extended pressure will pay off. He'll go back to base, spend his gold, and find that third Dragon Knight. Clear up that wave. Has teleport himself. We'll see if he can find a flank, right? That's really what we're looking for with a pick like Annie. You don't see it too frequently in the meta these days, but you're just looking for that big engage. WE, though, they've teleported Fofo back up here, so they want Knight, and they're hunting.
Hunting the newest member of BLG, and they'll find him. That is Hung taking him down. And Knight going to be a little bit worse for wear there. BLG may be looking for a play on mid lane, but they can't do it.
They can't. They know they'll get collapsed on from behind. Hung make that rotation very easily. Bins off on the side there, but Again, no Knight, no party really for BLG, but he's got teleport. I will say though, Fofo's lead is starting to grow exponentially. He's almost level 13 up on this side lane. And W actually committing to this play. They want that tier 2 up there. Shouldn't. He's still got the Herald, but where do you really drop it? Tier 1's really dead. Bottom tier 1 is kind of just standing gold. You don't want to use the Herald on. It's a bit of an awkward situation for BLG. And WE, this is just great map movement.
Yeah.
Through and through.
Just using their strengths. BLG bringing Knight up here, though. They do have Tibbers back up and available with the stun locked away. WE will be able to get that tier 2 up here, so they get some of that standing gold going their way yet again. Boost up their lead just a little bit. BLG still right there. So let's talk about next steps here. We're seeing a lot of the strengths in the 1-3-1, at least for WE. The split pushing really working out for them, but BLG, they are still a very stalwart team fight comp.
Yeah, certainly, right? Reliable engage through Nautilus. Follow-up should be very easy to find through Knight, and a little bit of Elk as well, you know, the over-the-top ultimate a route as well to kind of just layer in that CC, and then it's all about Shun finding DPS onto the squishy members. There's not really a true tank on WE. You know, it's only really the Mega Nut when he's in that form. Other than that, he is extremely easy to kill. So BLG will have options for a majority of this game, right? But it's about whether or not WE give them those windows, because right now they're very touch and go. They're playing those side lanes well. Fofo has been a menace. He's been incredibly hard to lock down, and he's been the one locking down kills on the side lane so far.
Actually, now looking at positioning around the Baron buff here with some vision being played by WE. Still full clear style coming out from both junglers, at least at this point, but we should be now looking at a proactive WE. A little bit too proactive there as Mark's going to lock him down. Shouldn't trying to come over the wall here. Fofo ready to go on the side as mid lane push is there for BLG. They want to catch LP out. LP just went the complete other way than the rest of his team. He's going to have to burn his flash.
Alright, feels good. No flash now means he's a very vulnerable target, even with cleanse. You can't cleanse a depth charge, man. Not much you could really do about that one, so LP's going to have to be very, very cautious around the members of BLG, and it's a very nice and proactive play and look from BLG. Whilst there's nothing really to do on the map, right? Baron spawns up now, but again, the side lane pressure is just WE's through and through. They win this 1v1 on either side. LeBlanc is very slippery, Gnar is very hard to lock down for the Renekton, and they can just whittle this down bit by bit over time. The Herald, I think, was probably going to time out, so just has to be a mid lane drop. Yeah. WE could very easily kill this.
Somebody's got to get their driver's license out. Let's see who's going to be. Nope, it's on. Oh, well, the youngest of them all. He's going to run straight into the wall. So, looks like actually might be a denial. This shit is going to push up. A little bit of a mishandling of the driving here by BLG.
Yeah, I wonder if that was supposed to go up on the top side, maybe. Shun just didn't make it there in time. Hard to know. Hard to know. That is a mark there for Shun. That's his 4th one, of course. He's not willing to die for it. Bin just had to pop Dominus. Wow. I'm very afraid.
Surprised he popped that with Shun right there.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit tunnel vision on the 1v1. Happens. It's not the worst in the world. And it's a relatively short cooldown. Black Cleaver Rush. A lot of haste. Renekton. And it's relatively in sync as well. I think it's important to add with the dragons, so likelihood is we'll have it back when it matters. Speaking of that dragon, 90 seconds away, we should probably zoom in on some of those items, because second item completion for Hung. Second item isn't quite there for Shun. He's aiming for that collector. Whether or not he's got it after the Krugs is the big question. And in other places, Knight just finished with Shadow Flames. That's a massive spike in damage, and LP still hunting for that. What looks to be a Bloodthirst a second.
Love that Fofo has his Rabadons all ready this early. Yeah,
Ooh!
exactly. You see, there's that damage, but Wayward, you get it right back there as Knight has unleashed the beast, and Tibbers gets the kill.
Goodness me. Goodbye, Wayward. What are they going to try and do with this? Baron feels audacious. They're just checking to make sure that WE aren't on it. And they're not. Maybe mid-wave prio, set up vision in the bottom side. It feels like your best bet here. But the problem is Fofo is still on that side of the map and in Fog of War right now. Very scary. Bin teleported top.
Yeah, he doesn't have TP to go. Bin is not here, but WE are still going down anyways.
Wow.
Shun able to get 2 there. He also got the mark on top of it all, and Shun is having a masterclass on this Kindred. A triple kill for the jungler of BLG.
Whenever you feel like BLG might be backed into a corner, you can always rely on Shun Kindred to drag them out of it. And they should be able to pick up Baron off the back of this. Wayward Tail teleport but very far away from Mega. Fofo's on his way back. We saw how much damage he can do. That's a big drag back.
It is. Fofo has a lot of angles here. Wayward can't get locked down, though. You have to buy time for Fofo to get some poke in there as well. Oh, Wayward's getting engaged on there. Tipper's on top of it, and they found Fofo, too! He's not dead, but he's close. And BLG will take down the Baron. They get 5 beautiful purple caves.
Wow. From nothing, it feels like. Realistically, they're just fighting over mid pressure. BLG get the fight. Now they have the Baron. They might not get Soul. Though Shun is here. Elk's full health as well. And there's a teleport on the bottom side. So I think I might have just told a Porcupine. In fact, Knight may be able to. They might be able to catch him out.
Elk's trying to go far away though. Con. He does get the lockdown. They're gonna TP on it too, who also grabbed it. They don't have the angle there, but they got another outer tower here. That'll be the last outer tower for WE.
A bit of pressure taken by BLG, and they'll get Chemtech Soul. And you know, frankly, I would usually bag on Chemtech Soul. I'll be like, Chemtech Soul sucks. Chemtech Soul is like, it's still objectively the worst Soul, but this is contextually one of the best Chemtech Souls you might see, because the damage reduction at low HP, like you're playing against a real Fed LeBlanc. You're trying to not die first. Why? Because Hung's in the game on this Viego. You don't want to give him the reset. This feels pretty good, man. As take a look at this fight, On is just an unkillable beast on this front line, and with the shielding and shielding of Senna just to kind of buff him up that little bit extra, he's unable to die. And Shun's able to kind of just gallivant his way forward with no real threat on him.
I love On throwing up the question mark blitzcrank there. Annie coming up clutch again. Depth charge into the dotting shadow combo. And BLG are giving WE a little bit of their own medicine. The dominoes are starting to fall, and a couple turrets go down because of it.
Yeah. One by one they're falling. Shouldn't just based for an infinity edge.
He just literally bypassed the collector and just said, nah, I'm just going to full buy the IE. He literally still has a BF sword and serrated dirk in his inventory.
He bought an IE.
What a Chad. What a literal Chad. Oh my god.
That's, you know, one thing I used to berate my players for back in the day. I'd be like, guys, you need to spend your gold. Spend your gold.
This is gonna give my friend Rafa Cass all the ammo he needs to just hold 3,000 gold in his back pocket as Nidalee
like,
in his game. It's gonna be great.
Goodness me.
Shout out to LCS caster Rafa. I do think, though, that WE are struggling to find angles here because of their style of composition. I think if you're in a lead, the 1-3-1 is so much easier with this style, but because BLG can just force you wherever they want to go, it's so much more difficult.
It is so hard. BLG are just walking around the map, and they've got so much tempo that WE can't actually set up for their 1-3-1. It's not, is it? They just don't have the tempo, though. It's a 1-3-1 like they were earlier on in this game. Hung's looking for a bit of an angle, but Knight's going to cut him off.
And I'll just say outright, Knight's Annie is sneakily becoming one of the scariest things that he is able to whip out. We saw it at MSI. We saw his decision-making on the Tibber stuns be so clutch so many times, and that has been the case for this Game 3, too. A guy who just came off an MVP split in spring.
So strong-looking Knight is at the moment. Looking to close out
he's
this
got
series
the
as
hat.
well, BLG. Oh, he does. Didn't realize. Just picked that one up. He's going to deal a lot of damage. We saw how much damage Fofo had on offer. Wait until you see the Shadow Flame Death Cap. Annie as well. Got that top lane in him. They can just set up wherever they want, realistically. Fouls them. Look through the mid lane. So I think it shuts down the amount of angles you can actually get picked on as BLG, but we'll see where their lane assignments end up for the time being. Just keep either On or Bin on that mid lane wave, and then look to shove out the bottom side, but they want Bin on the bottom side. They'll go into the mid lane as a group. and they'll take their chances potentially. Can go from WE.
See them actually move down towards bot side, and Bin is clearing that wave up towards this way. WE struggling to find an in anyway, maybe trying to find a little bit of cotton transition moments for themselves. Shun so ridiculously strong, also has that ridiculous shield for himself, but it's all about the slow and steady siege. WE don't want to let that happen. They're just going to force the hand here. They're going to go for the flash. It's all gone to hell though, as Mark is there, low health. Lamb's respite comes in clutch, and BLG slam the hammer down. There ain't no hope left for WE, as Bin's coming over the top as a big croc, and he wants more. They've got the second tier tower here in mid lane. They're working on the inhib, and they're making those dominoes crash slowly but surely into WE.
They've got a wave as well. Another one's on its way. Mazel, they could end the game right here.
We asked who would come out on top in Group B. It has been back and forth in all games of this series, but BLG have now taken a huge lead over WE, but WE ain't ones to go. They have 10,000 down, but they still want to fight. Wayward get a little low with his Meganar, but Fofo, he has the damage. He's got to find a way in. They're going to get the re-engage here onto Mark, who takes half his health down. Big Meganar, but it's not followed up on. There's nothing you can do. Fofo gets one, but it's clearly a participation trophy, as LP is going to join the rest of his team. That's an ace, and that's a BLG 2-1. They take full control of Group B.
BLG's game 1 was simply a wake-up call. WE could not stand up to the might of BLG once they switched on. Game 2 was a slaughter. Game 3 was equal a massacre. We'll go 3-0 in this group. And in 5 days' time, we'll rematch WE to hold the crown, to hold the throne of this group. Wrest
Group
true
B,
control.
more like Group BLG.
Yep, that's what it
Was
feels like.
contested though.
It was. And WE did look good for long stretches, specifically game 1. A lot of pressure brought by that Zyra and all the Baron dancing. Early game looks pretty good too, but it was just around the mid games where realistically BLG just had them beat, right? Like, there was a lot of pressure being put down by Fofo and, you know, Kroko individually or as a pair more aptly, but it simply, it wasn't enough, right? It was not enough to really overcome the team fighting prowess that BLG have become so accustomed to and so used to outmaneuvering. They had to kind of sparring partner JDG throughout the entirety of last year. I can't think of much a better hyperbolic time chamber to practice against an opponent with. So yeah, very unfortunate for WE, but BLG kind of doing what we expect from them, and they now sit at the top of the group with a 3-0 score, looking to rematch them in a few days.
Knight definitely having a little bit of a wake-up spree going into the series itself. The Annie actually coming out super clutch in game number 3, but I think through it all, BLG didn't show us much difference in how they approached the game. I think in all actuality, you could say that this should have been a 2-0 if they didn't just kind of get swept up in the moment in game number 1, but it's also a situation where you're still seeing growth moments from BLG, which I find really cool. And you still see, like, Shun is getting aggressive picks. They're giving him a lot of resources. He's never on the facilitation junglers anymore, it feels like. And it's still all playing around bot side. We've seen multiple vertical jungle moments. We saw them take the first 10 minutes of the game and just have fun with it, it felt like, by splitting the map. And it's very curious to me that they are able to find so much success with this style we see from them over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, BLG, they're a very versatile team, and I think a lot of that, like you kind of allude to it does sprout from Shun in the jungle. And I think in a meta where you've got such a diverse champion pool, not only inside of Shun personally, but like what is being played right now, it just makes your life as a team when you draft so much easier to give you that baseline foundation of, you know, probable success inside of games. And again, when you've got such reliable teammates outside of the jungle itself, it just makes it all that much better. And BLG continue to ramp up, right? They want to remain the kingpins here in the LPL.
Yeah. They will be looking pretty good to be at the top of Group B, but you got to remember the top 2 of that group get to go on to the A group of the next round. So WE still definitely looking like the second runner right now. We'll see what that rematch has in store for us on the other side of it. But what a night. We got to go to 5 games. I think BLG showed their strength, but that's where I want to talk about WE a little bit more. Wayward, I still feel like had a pretty dang good series against Ben. Some lackluster moments, but I think there was some good things to say about Wayward. I think Mark had some interesting moments as well, as at least some clutch engages for himself. So I think we still see the strengths that WE has had as well.
Yeah, no, certainly. You know, I think if you looked at this matchup, even, you know, towards the end of last year, you'd think Wayward Bin, wow, Bin is going to just dog walk this guy. But realistically, Wayward did hold his own, you know, and you mentioned like members like Zoom coming in and, you know, him being such a, you know, Zoom is Zoom, man. Like if you're watching the LPL and you don't know who Zoom is, then yeah, like you might be a new Gen League player and that's fine. But it's clear that on an individual performance level, Wayward has like stepped up on the consistency front. That's for sure. And yeah, you can really still talk down the entire roster of WE realistically, whether it's Hung being able to at the very least find these, you know, creative options from time to time. Of course, Fofo is having a very, very strong individual showing, even in series like these where it's very back and forth. Like, yeah, there's a lot to talk about with this WE lineup, and you know, I'm very, very hopeful for them, especially because as an organization, recently, life has been tough, right? And I feel like a lot of the old heads in the LPL here would love to see this roster kind of rise up for the sake of WE again to kind of reach some lost heights, shall we say.
Yeah. I think the biggest question moving forward is consistency between LP and Mark. I think we definitely saw that taken advantage of against BLG, who obviously they have Elkin on, maybe the 2 best bot laners right now in the LPL for the last like a year or so. But I still think that there's a lot of growing room for LP, who's obviously a little bit of a newer prospect, but Mark trying to lean on him a little bit more, trying to give him some of those that experience that Mark has itself, but finding ways to bridge that into the Fofo gameplay, because I think we see Fofo and Hung connecting a lot and it works really well, but it's connection with the other parts of the team that make it a little bit more difficult. So I think moving forward, that's really my big focus on Team WE is, can LP and Mark have a little bit more consistency?
Yeah, no, and I think that's fair. It was one of the big criticisms, really, of Mark when he was on Top Esports, right? Like, you know, sometimes Mark would have a bit of a Mark game, and you can say that about a lot of players in the LPL, yes, but like, you know, specifically, sort of a lot of last year, it felt kind of awkward, right? At times where you would see a lot of the Top Esports lineup performing quite well, and then Mark would maybe be, you know, individually kind of falling short of what the team needed from him. And I don't feel like that's necessarily overly present here from this version of Mark, but this duo bot lane definitely has a lot that they can work on, and frankly, they have a lot of potential, right? I think that's something that can't really be unsung. Mark has had incredible heights, and LP, of course, like you said, has been a prospect for quite some time now.
You get to take a look back at some of the plays here. A big momentum shift in this one where Knight survives a massive engage in the side lane, and felt like that was kind of where a big snowball started becoming. And obviously Knight able to find a lot of big moments, but he was also picked off a few times there on the Annie itself.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, he was, but still very, very strong moments. And once BLG got a groove of this game, it really felt like they just kind of read the map better. They were rotating faster. They never allowed WE to set up, and WE, once Fofo had to start being drawn into these, you know, sort of 3v3, 4v4, 5v5s, just not really where he wanted to be. He was thriving on that side lane, and once that was denied away from him, felt like the game plan just fell apart for WE.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Wayward's signature Gnar not coming out any clutch there, but honestly, On had some really big engages. I know that fight onto Hung in the middle was actually so huge. But this is the moment that, you know, it's getting a little bit more desperation. WE don't want to fight inside their base, so they're just trying to find something. And BLG had a massive lead at this point.
Yeah, it just gets to a point where, you know, the game just, it gets away from you, right? And there's not really much you can do.
This looks cool.
It does look cool, but again, no follow-up. Fofo was a little bit out of the loop, being able to get there. Not really his fault, and then yeah, the fight's done. So, again, I can only really say, well done BLG for switching on. Knight does get MVP. I think that's pretty unsurprising given how the later team fights went. And yeah, did a fantastic job on this Annie. We asked, once we saw those mid lane pools get pinched, how classic and how traditional he was going to have to get. The answer was only a couple months back.
I also just got to throw some praise on a Knight. Not only did he get MVP of our league last split, it was his first split coming back with his team to BLG, at least. And I think he has had a bit of a quiet early split here in summer. It's obviously his first MVP here of the split, but he has found other ways to be impactful, and it really has risen up the priority and the bonuses that you get when we're seeing them play around Shun and Elk so often. Yeah,
no, it does. So I want to continue to see them do that. You know, I think that is how, when BLG are on form, it tends to be with Knight doing well. Smile. True. Like, true. There is the onus, or not the onus, what's the word I'm looking for here? The running tail, we'll call it like so, where, you know, Knight has had some poor performances in big games. So you kind of need him on good form, consistently running into those games to hopefully carry the momentum into those big games. So yeah, again, he's performing well. It feels like he is kind of the catalyst, the engine for the rest of BLG to feel confident.
Well, here are today's results. We sadly didn't get to go all 6, but Anyone's Legend does end up showing that they can bleed in that first series. Now, tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun. We've got RNG versus LGD to see who takes that next step up in this Group B, and then IG versus NIP. NIP trying to catch up in games there, but IG themselves now trying to get their first win on the board.
Yep, a lot of teams vying for their first win here. NIP looking to play spoiler to get themselves up to 3-1 and really put themselves in a position where they should feel confident moving into the second round robin. Of course, that is the Group D matchup with the 5 teams inside the group. So looking forward to that one. I anticipate bloody and messy League of Legends ahead of us.
That's
for the next
Group
couple
D,
of days.
baby. Let's go. It's going to be a lot of fun, but LPL on every day of the week. That means we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. We will see you there, and make sure you're all ready to go for some more action. Goodbye.